Book 12, The November Requiem, written by R.B. Martin and narrated by Adam Mystery. Introduction. Chapter: The November Requiem. November doesn't rage. It testifies. October leaves bruises behind. Broken rooms, missing people. Blood dried into concrete, where somebody decided the cost was acceptable. You can point at October and tell yourself you understand it, because violence always leaves evidence behind if you know where to look. November is different. November buries things in paperwork, in hearings, in signatures and charges and evidence chains designed to close around your throat slow enough for the public to call it procedure. That's the trick. Systems like Meridian don't survive because they're invisible. They survive because they look legitimate long enough for everyone else to doubt what they're seeing. The holding cell smelled like bleach and old rain, concrete walls painted over too many times, steel bench bolted into the floor, frosted security glass that turned people into shapes before it turned them into memory. Somewhere farther down the block, somebody kept coughing hard enough to sound wet. County lockup, not prison, not freedom either. Just the space between accusation and disposal. The overhead fluorescent buzzed every few seconds like it couldn't decide whether it wanted to stay alive. I sat against the wall with my forearms resting across my knees and watched the light stutter across the floor. 3 days. That's how long Collins waited before filing the manslaughter charge. 3 days after Cape Town burned through the people assigned to stop it. 3 days after the Joint Task Force fractured across 3 continents. 3 days after Meridian cleaned itself out across multiple ports like it had never existed at all. The newspapers called it Private Investigator Connected to South African Shooting. By the second day, they stopped saying connected. By the third, manslaughter. Cleaner headline. Simpler narrative. District Attorney Robert Collins stood at a podium 2 floors above a crowd of cameras and told the city that accountability mattered. That Riverbend wouldn't tolerate vigilantism masquerading as investigation. That no one operated above the law. He looked calm while he said it. That part stayed with me. Not the charge, not the cuffs, the calm. Because men like Collins only speak that smoothly when somebody already handed them the ending. The cell door buzzed somewhere behind me. Heavy steel rolled open, then shut again farther down the corridor. Routine movement. The guards here stopped looking at me like a threat sometime yesterday. Now they looked at me the way people look at hurricanes after the storm already passed. Careful. Curious. Waiting to see what was still standing underneath the wreckage. The answer was less than before. Ajax was here in Riverbend in rehab, trying to relearn how to live inside his own head after South Africa tore pieces out of it. Cindy was somewhere between bureau authority and political fallout. Vaughan disappeared back into whatever black corridors the agency uses when operations turn radioactive. And Artemis disappeared behind layers even I couldn't reach. That one bothered me most, because Artemis Bozeman never vanishes accidentally. The fluorescent above me buzzed again. I closed my eyes for a second and listened to the station breathe around me. Phones ringing upstairs, distant doors, keys, muffled arguments, television noise leaking out of booking. Structure, process, control. That's how Meridian survived. Not with gunmen, not with ports, not with shell corporations. Those were tools. The real architecture lived inside systems that convinced people nothing unusual was happening, while entire sections of reality were quietly being removed underneath them. Missing manifests, dead surveillance windows, containers that existed until somebody asked for them twice. Financial routing buried beneath legitimate infrastructure. 1247. Always 1247. A single minute that kept appearing anywhere reality went missing. I used to think exposing Meridian meant finding the center of it. The room, the server, the man behind the curtain. That was the mistake. There wasn't a center. There was only continuity. One company feeding another. One port shielding another. One agency compartment protecting another compartment until nobody inside it could see the full machine anymore. That's why they kept winning. Fragmentation. Plausible deniability. Silence. The realization settled in sometime around the second night inside the cell. I wasn't going to beat Meridian operationally anymore. No more raids, no more tactical hits, no more chasing ghost shipments through dockyards while somebody higher up erased the paperwork before sunrise. That battlefield belonged to them, which meant the battlefield had to change. A shadow only survives while nobody turns the light toward it. I leaned back against the wall and stared at the ceiling. That's when I finally understood what Artemis had really been building this entire time. Not a weapon, a contingency. Every recovered file, every copied manifest, every fragmented routing chain, every corrupted timestamp, every mirrored archive hidden behind offshore relays and dead storage systems and legal encryption triggers. Artemis never believed we could destroy Meridian outright. He believed we could force visibility. Enough visibility to make institutions panic. Enough visibility to make politicians distance themselves. Enough visibility for agencies to start protecting themselves instead of protecting the system. That changes everything. Because once the public sees even part of the machine, ports freeze, audits begin, shell companies dissolve overnight, financial regulators start pulling records, journalists stop asking whether the story is real and start asking how far it goes. The system survives, but survival becomes expensive. The overhead light flickered again. A guard stopped outside the bars holding a paper cup in one hand. Coffee. Black. He slid it through without saying anything. I took it. Still warm. "You got a visitor upstairs," he said after a moment. I looked up at him. "Attorney?" He shook his head once. "No." That narrowed things quickly. "Who is it?" The guard hesitated just enough to matter. Wouldn't give a name. Of course not. I wrapped both hands around the coffee cup and felt the heat settle into my palms. November doesn't arrive with violence. It arrives with consequence. And somewhere outside this cell, Meridian still believed they had contained the damage. That was their mistake, because for the first time since last December, I wasn't trying to bring the machine down anymore. I was going to make the world see it. Chapter 1. Case File, Riverbend, Pennsylvania, March 11th, 2026. The walk from county holding to the interview floor took exactly 42 seconds. I counted, not because I cared about the time, because counting keeps your head moving when systems start trying to reduce you into paperwork. 2 deputies, one ahead, one behind. No cuffs this time. That was deliberate too. The cameras followed the movement clean through the corridor. Old dome housings mounted high in the corners. County budget installations. Half of them probably didn't work right. Didn't matter. The point wasn't surveillance. The point was procedure. Show the process. Record the movement. Preserve the appearance of legitimacy. That's how places like this survive scrutiny. The deputy in front of me pushed through a reinforced security door and held it long enough for me to pass. Interview 3 sat at the end of the hall. Gray walls, steel table bolted into concrete, 2 chairs on opposite sides, 1 camera mounted overhead behind smoked plastic. Same room architecture they use everywhere. Remove comfort, preserve control. The deputy opened the door. 5 minutes, he said. I looked at him. For what? He shrugged once. Before they come back. They. Not attorney. Not detective. They. That mattered. The door shut behind me with a heavy metallic click that echoed longer than it should have. The man sitting at the table didn't look up immediately. Dark overcoat, gloves still on. Thin file folder sitting untouched in front of him, like he brought it for appearance instead of purpose. I stopped halfway into the room. "You're not my lawyer." The man finally looked up. "No." Older than I expected. Mid-60s maybe. Sharp features worn down by years instead of age. Clean shave. Gray hair cut short enough to stay regulation somewhere in his life. Government posture. Not local. He studied me quietly for a second before speaking. "You look worse than the television version." I pulled the chair out across from him and sat down slowly. Television usually lies. Not always. His voice stayed calm, educated, controlled. The kind of voice designed to sound reasonable while saying unreasonable things. I leaned back slightly. "You've got 5 minutes, apparently. Closer to 4 now. Then start talking." He folded his hands over the file but never opened it. That was expensive in Cape Town. There it was. Not people died. Not agents lost. Not international incident. Expensive. I watched him carefully. "Who are you?" "You can call me Walter." That's not a name. It's enough of one. Which meant intelligence, or worse, private sector intelligence. Same difference half the time now. "You're not CIA," I said. "No." "FBI." Another small shake of the head. "Then you picked the wrong room." "No, Mr. Keller," he said calmly. "Quite the opposite." He slid the file across the table toward me. I didn't touch it immediately. Photographs sat clipped along the top edge. Ports, shipping yards, container grids, financial routing charts, and one image that made my stomach tighten the second I saw it. Pier 14, Riverbend. Recent. I looked up slowly. Walter watched my reaction without changing expression. "Interesting thing about systems," he said. "People only notice them when they stop functioning." I finally opened the file. Inside, shell company registrations, freight routing schedules, customs variance reports, offshore banking snapshots, photographs of containers entering Port Calusa, internal Coderson movement summaries. Enough fragments to matter, not enough to prosecute, exactly enough to destabilize. I looked back at him. "You're feeding me." "No," he replied. "I'm measuring you." That tracked. People like this never hand over information for free. Every interaction was calibration. "You work for Meridian?" The smallest pause. Not fear, not hesitation. Evaluation. That word gets used too loosely. So that's a yes. That's an assumption. I closed the file. "You came all the way down here to threaten me?" "No." "Recruit me?" "No." "Then what?" Walter leaned back slightly in the chair. "That depends entirely on what you think this is now." I held his gaze without speaking. Outside the room, distant footsteps moved through the corridor. Phones rang somewhere deeper inside the building. Filing cabinets opened and shut. Normal institutional noise. The soundtrack of controlled damage. Walter tapped one finger lightly against the folder. "You still believe this ends with arrests?" "I believe people panic when light hits them." "That's optimistic." "No," I said. "It's expensive." That got the first real reaction out of him. Not emotion. Recognition. Small, but real. "You've changed strategies," he said. "I've changed battlefields." Walter nodded slowly, like that confirmed something he already suspected. "That makes you more dangerous now than you were in Cape Town." "Good." "No," he replied quietly. "Not good." Silence settled between us for a second. Then he slid one final photograph across the table. Not a port. Not a container. A Senate committee seal mounted behind a polished hearing chamber podium. Washington. I looked at him. Walter stood slowly from the chair. "That file becomes public," he said, "and people very high above your pay grade start asking questions nobody wants asked." "That's the point." "No," he said calmly. "That's the consequence." The door behind me buzzed open again. Deputies. Right on time. Walter buttoned his coat once. "You think exposure kills systems like this?" he said. "It wounds them." He gave a faint nod. Sometimes wounded systems become adaptive. Then he walked toward the door without waiting for escort clearance. One deputy stepped aside automatically to let him pass. That told me more than the conversation did. Not local, not ordinary, not powerless. The door shut behind him. One of the deputies looked at the file sitting on the table. "You taking that with you?" I looked down at the photographs again. Pier 14, Port Calusa. Routing schedules, offshore chains, visibility, not proof, pressure. I closed the folder slowly. "Yeah," I said. The deputy frowned slightly. "You smiling about something?" I hadn't realized I was. Not because I thought I was winning, because for the first time since Cape Town. Meridian blinked first. Chapter 2. Case file, Riverbend, Pennsylvania, March 11th, 2026. County lockup wakes up before the sun does. You hear it in layers. Keys first, then doors, then voices trying too hard to sound awake. Coffee machines coughing themselves alive somewhere upstairs, while men in uniforms convince themselves routine still means control. I sat on the steel bench and watched pale gray morning leak through the frosted security glass outside the cell. Rain hit somewhere beyond the building. Riverbend rain. Cold. Steady. Familiar. Cape Town rain felt temporary, like weather passing through. Riverbend rain settles in and starts keeping records. The guard rotation changed at 5:30. Different footsteps, different rhythm. The night shift walks like survival. Morning shift walks like paperwork. I counted 4 passes before breakfast hit the block. Powdered eggs, burnt toast, coffee strong enough to remove paint. I took the coffee, left the rest. The tray rattled against the steel beside me while I kept looking at the file Walter left behind. I'd gone through it 6 times already, not reading, mapping. That's the difference. Most people look for answers in documents. I look for structure. Coderson subsidiaries linked through staggered freight licensing. Port Calusa routing transfers buried under agricultural exemptions. Shipping manifests altered during customs variance windows that lined up too clean with blackout periods. Not direct evidence, continuity evidence. That mattered more. Meridian survives because nobody sees the whole shape at once. Everyone only sees the piece sitting in front of them. Port Authority sees cargo. Customs sees paperwork. Banks see transactions. Politicians see campaign money. Law enforcement sees isolated crimes. Nobody sees the connective tissue, unless somebody builds it for them. That's what Artemis understood before I did. The system couldn't be killed outright, but it could be forced into visibility. The tray beside me vibrated slightly when somebody farther down the block slammed a fist into steel bars. Arguments started. Morning ritual. One inmate yelling about legal calls, another threatening somebody's cousin, a deputy already tired of hearing both. The noise blurred into background static after a while. I kept reading. One page near the back stopped me cold. Insurance routing, not maritime, not freight, life insurance. I looked closer. 7 names. Dock workers, independent contractors, temporary logistics handlers, all dead within 18 months. Heart attack, construction accident, overdose, vehicular collision. Individually, nothing unusual. Together? Pattern. Each policy routed through different providers, different states, different holding companies. But every payout terminated into the same offshore clearing structure. I leaned back slowly against the wall. Correction protocols, not assassinations, administrative removals. People Meridian no longer needed disappearing inside systems designed to make disappearance look ordinary. That was bigger than ports, bigger than smuggling. It meant Meridian wasn't just moving product. It was maintaining continuity across human infrastructure. The realization sat heavy in my chest for a second, because systems like that don't grow accidentally. They evolve. The deputy from last night stopped outside my cell carrying another coffee. You sleep at all? Some. That means no. He slid the cup through the opening. I took it. You got media downstairs again, he said. Congratulations. He smirked slightly. They're calling you the Riverbend Butcher now. I stared at him. That one come from Collins? Wouldn't surprise me. No, it wouldn't. Narrative shaping. Same structure. Different battlefield. Meridian didn't need to control every journalist. Just enough pressure points to steer the language. Public perception works exactly like shipping routes. Redirect the flow early enough, and nobody notices where it was originally headed. The deputy nodded toward the folder. You allowed to have all that? Apparently. That seems like a mistake. Probably is. He stood there another second before lowering his voice slightly. You got another visitor. I looked up. Attorney this time? No. That made 2 days in a row. Who? Woman. That narrowed it less than I wanted. Federal? He shrugged. She didn't say. Of course she didn't. He unlocked the cell. Interview 4. I stood slowly, tucking the folder under my arm. The deputy glanced at it again. You know, he said as we started down the corridor, most guys sitting where you are try proving they're innocent. I looked at the rain-streaked window at the end of the hall. I'm working on something bigger. That usually ends badly. Yeah, I said quietly. I know. Interview 4 sat 1 floor higher than the room Walter used. Smaller, cleaner, new camera, recent installation. That mattered. The deputy opened the door, and Cindy O'Donnell looked up from the steel table the second I stepped inside. Strawberry blonde hair pulled back tighter than usual. Dark coat. FBI credentials clipped at her waist instead of displayed openly. Tired eyes. Not physically tired, institutionally tired. The deputy shut the door behind me. Cindy watched me for a second without speaking. Then, you look terrible. I sat down across from her. You should see the television version. That almost got a smile. Almost. She slid a thin folder across the table, different from Walter's. Federal seals, DOJ headers, internal review documentation. This is moving faster than we thought, she said. I opened the folder carefully. Suspension notices, operational inquiries, joint task force dissolution language, political distancing. Exactly what Artemis predicted. Ajax? I asked. Still in rehab. How bad? Cindy looked away for half a second. Too long. Mild cognitive impairment, she said quietly. Memory gaps, balance issues, PTSD markers. That hit harder than I expected. Ajax was supposed to be the stable one, the institutional spine, the man who walked into chaos and still believed procedure mattered afterward. Now Meridian had reached inside his head, too. I closed the folder slowly. Collins? I asked. He's pushing hard. Why? He thinks he's cleaning up a mess. And if he isn't? Cindy held my gaze. Then he's standing in front of something he doesn't understand. Rain hammered harder against the building outside. I leaned back slightly in the chair. They're trying to isolate me. They already are. No, I said quietly. "This is preparation." Cindy's expression shifted slightly. Recognition. Because she saw it too now. The charges, the media pressure, the federal distancing, the narrative framing. Not prosecution, containment. And containment only matters when somebody's afraid of what gets out. Cindy lowered her voice. "Artemis contacted me. That got my attention immediately." "When?" "4 hours ago." "Where is he?" "I don't know." "That sounds intentional." "It is." I watched her carefully. "What did he say?" She reached into her coat and removed a small flash drive. Black casing. No markings. Dead simple. Which meant Artemis. "He said if they charged you," Cindy said quietly. "This starts phase 1. I stared at the drive sitting between us. Not fear, not hesitation. Recognition. Because suddenly everything made sense. Artemis disappearing. Mirrored archives. Offshore storage. Legal contingencies. Journalist routing. Fragmented evidence chains. He wasn't hiding. He was positioning. I looked back up at Cindy. "What's on it?" She exhaled slowly. "The first public leak." Silence settled hard between us. Outside the room, county lockup kept moving through routine like nothing in the world had changed, but sitting there across from Cindy with that drive between us. It had. Chapter 3. Case file, Riverbend, Pennsylvania, March 11th, 2026. The first thing Artemis taught me about systems was simple. Never hit the center first. Everybody protects the center. You hit the edges instead. The support beams. The pieces nobody thinks matter until weight starts shifting overhead. That's when structures panic. I sat alone in the interview room after Cindy left, staring at the black flash drive resting in the middle of the steel table. No markings, no labels, no dramatic flourish. That was Artemis. Subtle enough to survive, dangerous enough to matter. The fluorescent light overhead buzzed softly, while rain dragged itself down the reinforced window outside the hallway. Somewhere deeper inside county, somebody was yelling about legal calls again. Deputies ignored it, the way institutions ignore everything until it becomes paperwork. I picked up the drive and turned it once between my fingers. Phase 1. Not exposure, positioning. That mattered. People think leaking information means dumping everything at once and watching the fire spread. That only works in movies. Real institutions absorb chaos faster than people realize. Governments survive scandals all the time. What they don't survive well is coordinated visibility. A single leak gets denied. 10 connected leaks start hearings. The door buzzed open behind me. Deputy Collins, not related to the DA, just unlucky enough to carry the name, stepped inside. "You done in here?" "Depends." "On?" I slid the flash drive into my coat pocket. "How much your boss likes surprises." He frowned slightly without understanding the sentence. "Good." "Move," he said. I stood slowly and followed him back through the corridor. County felt different today. Not louder. Tighter. Phones ringing more often. Clerks moving faster. Deputies whispering near corners and stopping conversations when I passed. Pressure had entered the building. That was quick. News travels fast in Riverbend when money starts shaking. The holding block television was already on when we stepped back through security. Morning news. Port Calusa filled the screen. Federal vehicles lined the harbor perimeter, while reporters stood in the rain talking over one another, trying to explain logistics systems they clearly didn't understand. Unconfirmed reports indicate federal customs officials have initiated emergency audits involving multiple international freight companies. I stopped walking for half a second. The deputy noticed. "You know something about this?" I kept moving. "Maybe." That wasn't the answer he wanted. Too bad. Back inside the cell, I sat on the steel bench and watched the television through the bars, while inmates farther down argued over commissary and card games, like the world outside wasn't shifting underneath them. That's the thing about collapse. Most people don't notice it immediately. Structures fail gradually. Then suddenly. The anchor changed tone mid-broadcast. That caught my attention. Journalists only change cadence like that when producers start feeding them live updates through the earpiece. We are now receiving confirmation that several shell corporations connected to Coderson Holdings have suspended operations pending federal review. There it was. Reaction. Not denial. Not silence. Movement. Which meant Artemis landed the first hit exactly where he intended. Financial pressure points, not accusations, not theories. Operational disruption. I leaned forward slightly. Good. The inmate across the block looked over at me. "Yo, Keller," he called. "You famous or something?" Something. He laughed and went back to his cards. The television shifted again. Now Washington. Commerce oversight committees. Transportation analysts. Talking heads trying to sound informed while visibly panicking underneath it. One phrase repeated 3 separate times inside 5 minutes. Interconnected logistics irregularities. That was institutional language for, we think something's wrong, but we don't know how big it is yet. Exactly where Artemis wanted them. The deputy returned 20 minutes later carrying coffee. Black. No breakfast this time. "You got another visitor." That made me look up immediately. "Busy week. You have no idea." I took the coffee from him. "Attorney? Nope." "Federal? Maybe." Useful answer. He unlocked the cell. "You're making people nervous upstairs." "Good." The deputy gave me a long look as we started walking. "You really think one leak changes anything?" I watched rainwater crawl down the courthouse windows as we moved through the corridor. "No," I said quietly. "One leak changes direction." Interview 5 sat farther upstairs than the others. Administrative floor, cleaner walls, quieter hallways, better cameras. The deputy stopped outside the door. "You got 15 minutes." "With who?" He opened the door. Dennis Halpern looked up from the steel table with an expression somewhere between exhaustion and homicide. There was the correction. Chapter 4. Case File. Riverbend, Pennsylvania. April 11th, 2026. Dennis Halpern looked like Riverbend had physically aged him overnight. Wrinkled overcoat. Coffee stains on the cuff. 5 o'clock shadow trying to become a bad decision. The homicide detective sat at the steel table with both hands wrapped around a paper cup, like it was the only thing keeping him attached to the room. He looked up at me slowly. "You asshole." I shut the door behind me and sat across from him. "Good to see you too, Dennis." "That depends entirely on what happens next." "Fair." Rain hammered the courthouse windows somewhere deeper in the building, while the fluorescent light above us buzzed softly, like it already knew nobody inside the room was leaving happier than they entered. Halpern slid a folder across the table. Not federal. Local. Riverbend Police Department headers. Financial crimes liaison paperwork. Emergency coordination notices. I opened it carefully. Subpoena requests. Federal audit notifications, Port Authority inquiries, and right on top, Coderson Holdings. Halpern watched my eyes settle there. "City got hit this morning," he said. "State Police, Treasury, Homeland Security, FBI liaison requests. Half the harbor's locked down pending review." That was fast. That's what scares me. I leaned back slightly. Fast means they're worried. "No," Halpern replied quietly. "Fast means somebody upstairs already knew where to look." That was the first smart thing anybody in local law enforcement had said since this started. I kept reading. Shipping irregularities, insurance investigations. Customs variance requests tied to Port Calusa. 3 shell corporations dissolved overnight. Artemis. Precise, measured, layered, not chaos. Pressure. Halpern rubbed both hands over his face. You got any idea what kind of firestorm this creates? Yeah. You smiling about it? No. I closed the folder slowly. I'm relieved. That confused him. Relieved? For the first time, I said quietly. They're reacting to us. Halpern stared at me for a second, like he was trying to decide whether I'd finally lost my mind. People are panicking out there. Good. That's not a normal response, Marty. No, I replied. Normal stopped back in December. The room settled into silence for a second. Not hostile. Heavy. Halpern leaned forward. Talk to me straight. I usually do. Not like this. He pointed toward the folder. I've got federal agencies crawling through my city because somebody leaked enough port traffic and shell company records to start congressional-level inquiries. Collins is trying to hold press conferences every 2 hours while the FBI suddenly won't return his calls. Interesting. Won't return them. Halpern nodded once. Something changed this morning. There it was. Pressure inversion. Up until now, local institutions believed Marty Keller was the liability. Now, someone higher up started realizing he might also be evidence. That changes behavior fast. I looked down at the Coderson paperwork again. Collins still pushing manslaughter? Harder now than before. Why? Halpern gave a dry laugh. Because if this thing becomes real, he tied himself publicly to the wrong side of it. That tracked perfectly. People don't panic when systems get exposed. They panic when their names are attached to them. You think Collins is dirty? I asked. Halpern shook his head immediately. No. That answer came too fast to be political. Good. What then? He thinks he's protecting the city, Halpern said. He sees you as collateral damage attached to an international operation that got agents killed. Cape Town. Yeah. I leaned back in the chair slowly. That's the problem with Meridian. Halpern frowned. You finally saying the name out loud? People should start getting used to it. He didn't like that. Good again. You know what the real danger is, I continued quietly. Not corruption. Not ports. Not shell companies. Then what? The fact good people keep defending pieces of the system because they only see their compartment. Halpern stayed quiet, because he understood that one personally. The 132nd Precinct, Port Authority, District Attorney's Office, Federal Task Forces, everyone seeing isolated fragments while the machine moved between them. Dennis, I said carefully, how many times did Harborfront Logistics get brought up over the last 11 months? His jaw tightened slightly. That answer mattered. Enough. And how many times did anybody push hard on it? He looked away first. That answered it better than words. Outside the room, hurried footsteps moved through the administrative hallway. Phones ringing, doors opening and shutting harder than usual. County was feeling it now. The first tremor. Halpern lowered his voice. You know what everybody upstairs keeps asking. What? Whether more leaks are coming. I held his gaze. That depends. On what? How smart Meridian is. That landed badly. As in? As in if they keep pushing pressure onto the wrong people, I said quietly. Artemis escalates. Halpern sat back slowly. You trust him that much? Yes. That's dangerous. No, I replied. What's dangerous is underestimating him. Rain cracked harder against the courthouse windows. For a second, neither of us spoke. Then Halpern reached into his coat pocket and removed a folded newspaper. Old habit. Physical copy. He tossed it onto the table. Front page. Martin Keller linked to international port investigation. Not murderer anymore. Interesting. I looked up at him. The narrative shifted. Overnight, Halpern confirmed. That was faster than expected. Means somebody influential got nervous. Good. Very good. Halpern studied me carefully across the table. You planned this? No. But you expected it. I thought about Artemis, the flash drive, the contingency structure, the years of evidence collection hidden behind legal architecture and dead storage systems. Then I looked back at Dennis Halpern. I think Artemis planned for the possibility nobody else would. That stayed with him. I could see it settling in behind his eyes now. This wasn't a leak. It was a campaign. Structured, layered, timed. And somewhere out there, Meridian was realizing the same thing. Halpern stood slowly from the table. I should hate you right now. Do you? He thought about it honestly. No, he admitted. Why not? Because for the first time since this started, he said quietly, the people in charge look scared. He left the room without another word. The door shut behind him with a heavy metallic click. I stayed seated for another few seconds, staring at the newspaper on the table. The narrative had shifted. The ports were reacting. Federal agencies were moving. And Washington was beginning to ask questions. Not enough to destroy Meridian. Not yet. But enough to force visibility. And systems like Meridian survive on one thing above everything else: obscurity. For the first time since December. That obscurity was cracking. Chapter 5. Case File, Riverbend, Pennsylvania, April 11th, 2026. The first person from Homeland Security arrived just after noon. You could always tell the federal types from the way they moved through county buildings. Local law enforcement walks like the building belongs to them. Federal agents walk like they're temporarily tolerating it. This one walked like he wanted to leave before the structure collapsed around him. Special Agent Daniel Mercer, mid-40s, clean haircut, gray suit trying too hard to look civilian. Department credentials clipped openly to his belt, like visibility itself was part of the assignment. That told me he wasn't intelligence. Real intelligence. People avoid being remembered. Mercer sat across from me in interview 5, while a county deputy stayed outside the door pretending not to listen. He opened a thin folder immediately. No small talk. Good. You understand your situation, Mr. Keller? Depends who's explaining it. Mercer ignored that. Your name is currently attached to an international leak involving federal customs reviews, maritime fraud investigations, and possible trafficking corridors tied to 3 countries. Sounds expensive. That got the smallest flicker of irritation across his face. Good again. This isn't a joke. No, I said quietly. It stopped being one around August. Mercer flipped open the folder. Photographs. Port, Calusa, Cape Town, shipping grids, and then Jessica Dawson. That one hit harder than I expected, not emotionally, structurally, because Jessica was never supposed to matter this much. One frightened woman hiding files inside a locker should not have been capable of shaking federal infrastructure, unless the system was already weaker than it looked. Mercer watched my reaction carefully. You recognize her? Yeah. She's connected to the leak architecture. She's connected to dead people. His eyes narrowed slightly. Meaning Meridian cleans continuity problems. There it was again. The name. Mercer didn't interrupt this time. Interesting. He wrote something down instead. You keep using that word. People should get used to hearing it. We don't confirm organizations without evidence. That's your problem. Mercer closed the folder slowly. No, he said. Right now, you're my problem. I leaned back slightly in the chair. If that were true, I'd already be disappeared. That landed harder than I intended. Mercer's expression shifted almost invisibly. Tiny pause. Tiny recalculation. Enough. Interesting. You think federal agencies are compromised? I think systems protect themselves first. That's not an answer. It's the only honest one you're getting. Outside the room, the courthouse noise kept building. Phones, footsteps, voices carrying too much tension through thin walls. Institutional panic spreading floor by floor. Mercer looked toward the door briefly before lowering his voice. How much did Artemis Bozeman retain? I smiled slightly. There it was. Not. What leaked? What remains? Pressure awareness. Enough, I said. That's not useful. It's not supposed to be. Mercer folded both hands on the table. You understand what happens if this spirals. Yeah. Ports freeze. Markets react. International shipping contracts destabilize. You forgot congressional hearings. He stared at me for a second. That part already started. Good. Faster than expected. Mercer continued carefully. You don't seem surprised. I'm not. You think exposure fixes this? No. That answer caught him off guard. I leaned forward slightly. Exposure forces movement, I said quietly. That's different. He stayed silent. So, I continued. Systems like Meridian survive because everybody believes the structure around them is isolated. Shipping here, finance there, customs somewhere else. Nobody sees continuity because continuity gets buried under compartmentalization. Mercer watched me carefully now, actually listening. The leaks don't destroy the system, I said. They force people to acknowledge it exists. And then? Then everybody starts protecting themselves. That was the real damage, not morality, not justice. Fear. Because once institutions start fearing association, systems like Meridian lose operational comfort. Mercer rubbed one hand slowly across his jaw. You know what concerns me most? Enlighten me. The leaks are disciplined. Of course they were. That was Artemis. Mercer continued. No manifesto, no ideology, no grandstanding. Just interconnected evidence released in timed waves. Smart. Dangerous? Same thing usually. He looked down at the file again. You realize people above both of us are asking whether this qualifies as economic destabilization. I almost laughed, not because it was funny, because that meant Artemis hit exactly where he intended. Shipping continuity, trade confidence, insurance structures, logistics, trust. Modern governments fear interrupted commerce more than corruption. Always have. Mercer closed the folder completely this time. Here's the problem, Keller. Only one? You've turned yourself into a pressure point. No, I corrected quietly. Meridian did. Silence settled again. The rain outside finally started easing against the courthouse windows, leaving gray streaks across the glass like the city itself was exhausted. Mercer stood slowly. I don't think you fully understand what happens next. I think Meridian doesn't. That stopped him halfway to the door. He turned slightly. You really believe this hurts them? I looked at the empty chair across from me. Walter, Cindy, Halpern, now Homeland Security. All in less than 24 hours. Movement, pressure, reaction. Yes, I said quietly. For the first time, they can't fully control the narrative. Mercer studied me for a long second before speaking again. You know what organizations like this fear most? I shook my head once. Not exposure, he said. Loss of predictability. Then he walked out. And somehow, That answer worried me more than anything else he'd said so far. Chapter 6. Case File, Riverbend, Pennsylvania, November 5th, 2026. The second leak dropped at 14:47. Not midnight, not dramatic, broad daylight. That mattered. Artemis wanted institutions watching when it hit. County lockup television screens switched over almost instantly. Reporters talking over one another. Split-screen coverage between Washington, Port Calusa, and New York. Financial analysts suddenly pretending they understood maritime logistics. They didn't. But panic translates well on television. I sat on the steel bench with my back against the wall and watched the room change around the broadcast. Deputies stopped walking. Inmates stopped yelling. Even the noise inside county lockup hesitated for half a second, while the anchor's voice cut through the block. Newly leaked financial records appear to connect multiple offshore insurance structures to unexplained contractor deaths tied to international shipping operations. There it was, correction protocols, not named directly. Not yet. But close enough. The screen shifted to photographs. Dock workers, freight handlers, independent contractors, dead men, ordinary-looking men. That was the terrifying part. Meridian didn't just remove threats. It normalized disappearance. The deputy nearest the television lowered his coffee slowly. Jesus. Another inmate looked over from his card game. Yo, Keller, that's murder. I kept watching the screen. No, I said quietly. That's accounting. Nobody laughed this time. The news segment rolled into analyst commentary, insurance specialists, customs consultants, former federal transportation officials, all trying to explain why 7 unrelated deaths connected back to the same offshore structures. None of them understanding the real point. The deaths weren't the story. The continuity was. That's what Artemis was exposing. Not isolated crimes, systemic architecture. The cell door buzzed unexpectedly. Deputy Collins again. He looked pale now, not tired, worried. You need to come upstairs. That's becoming a habit. No jokes this time. That changed the temperature immediately. I stood slowly. What happened? You'll see. The walk upstairs moved faster than usual. No idle conversation. No procedural pacing. The courthouse felt different now. Phones ringing non-stop. Administrative staff moving between offices carrying stacks of paper. 2 uniformed state troopers standing near the entrance lobby, where there had been none this morning. Escalation. Good. But escalation cuts both ways. We reached interview 7 this time. Another room change. Another camera. Temporary federal control was spreading floor by floor through the building. Deputy Collins stopped outside the door. You got 5 minutes. With who? He looked at me carefully. Your lawyer. That surprised me enough to matter. The deputy opened the door. Artemis Bozeman sat at the steel table wearing a charcoal overcoat and dark gloves, like he'd walked directly out of a funeral procession. Which, in a way, he had. Because the moment he entered the room, the old version of this case died completely. I stepped inside slowly. The deputy shut the door behind me. For the first time in days, neither of us spoke immediately. Artemis looked exhausted. Not physically, mentally. Like he'd been carrying 12 months of contingency planning on his back, and finally started feeling the weight of it. You look terrible, I said. You look incarcerated. Fair. I sat across from him. No tracker. 3. Federal? 2 federal. 1 private. Meridian. That's my assumption. Of course it was. Artemis slid a thick folder across the table. Unlike the others, this one was color-coded with tabs. Structured. Legal architecture. This is what released today, he said. I opened it carefully. Insurance structures. death certificates, offshore payout chains, internal freight company memorandums. Enough evidence to force investigation. Not enough to trigger immediate suppression. Precise. You staged the release timing. Yes. Why 1447? Because 1447 forces East Coast financial media overlap with West Coast federal response windows. I stared at him for a second. That's psychotic. It's effective. Also fair. I kept flipping through the folder. You've had this for how long? Long enough. You were building this before Cape Town. Artemis leaned back slightly. I started building this after January. That hit harder than expected. January. The USB, Jessica Dawson. The first real realization that something systemic existed beneath Riverbend. You knew, I said quietly. No, Artemis corrected. I prepared. That was more dangerous. Outside the room, courthouse noise continued building like pressure inside a steam pipe. Artemis lowered his voice. They're moving already. Who? Everyone. He counted them off calmly. DOJ formed a provisional review group this morning. Homeland Security froze 2 logistics corridors pending audit. Treasury started examining offshore insurance structures tied to Coderson affiliates. Movement. Real movement. Not denial. Not containment. Reaction. I looked at him carefully. You timed all this around my arrest. Yes. Why? Because they overreached. Simple as that. Artemis folded his hands together on the table. The moment Collins charged you publicly, they created a visible pressure point. That gave us narrative alignment. I almost smiled. Normal people don't talk like that. Normal people don't survive Meridian. That room went quiet after that. Not awkward. Heavy. I studied Artemis carefully. You really think this hurts them? Yes. Enough? No. Honest answer. Good. Artemis leaned forward slightly. This won't destroy Meridian, Marty. I know. It forces contraction. They'll burn routes, dissolve companies, cut exposed assets loose, rebuild through secondary architecture. Then why do it? His eyes locked onto mine. Because now they have to move scared. There it was. Not victory. Pressure. For the first time in 12 months, Meridian was reacting instead of directing. I looked back down at the documents. So what's next? Artemis reached into his coat slowly and placed another flash drive on the table. Smaller than the last one. Red stripe across the side. Different classification. That, he said quietly, is where they start panicking. I looked up at him. What's on it? Artemis held my gaze for a long second before answering. Federal interference. And suddenly, the room felt much smaller than before. Chapter 7. Case file, Riverbend, Pennsylvania, November 5th, 2026. Fear changes the rhythm of institutions. You hear it before you see it. Phones stop ringing naturally and start ringing continuously. Conversations shorten. Doors close faster. People stop walking through hallways and start moving through them. County lockup sounded afraid now. The second Artemis left interview 7, the building shifted another degree tighter around itself. Deputy Collins escorted me back downstairs without speaking once. His hand stayed closer to his sidearm than procedure required. Not because of me, because people get nervous when they realize larger systems are moving nearby. We passed the administrative bullpen on the way back to holding. Every television inside the room was tuned to the same network. Washington. Commerce oversight. Hearing emergency session. Senators standing behind podiums trying to sound measured while reporters shouted questions about Port Calusa, Coderson Holdings, offshore freight structures, customs manipulation, federal review committees. And then finally, Meridian. The reporter said it carefully, like the word itself carried legal risk. Unconfirmed allegations continue linking an organization referred to internally as Meridian to a network of international freight and financial operations. There it was, public language, not rumor anymore. Not hidden inside case files or offshore manifests, televised. The deputy noticed me watching. You hearing this? Yeah. They just said it on national television. That's usually how exposure works. He looked unsettled by how calm I sounded. Good. The holding block got quieter when I walked back in. That bothered me more than the noise ever did. Inmates who normally yelled across cells were watching the television now. Deputies standing near the desk kept glancing toward mounted monitors, showing live courthouse feeds. Nobody understood the scale yet, but they understood enough to feel movement. I sat back down on the steel bench while rainwater crawled down the narrow window high above the block. The television continued cycling through coverage, ports, audits, financial analysts, political denials. Then, Coderson Holdings, stock suspension pending review. That was fast. Too fast. I leaned forward slightly. Artemis saw it too. That meant the evidence trail was stronger than even I realized. An inmate across the block pointed toward the television. That's your people? No. Looks rich enough to be. I ignored him, because the television just changed again. A photograph appeared beside the anchor. Rupert Hawthorne. Older corporate headshot. Dark suit. Controlled smile. Dead center beneath the image. Former executive tied to expanding investigation. Interesting wording. Former executive. Distancing language. That meant corporations were already trying to amputate exposed limbs before investigators reached the body. Exactly what Artemis predicted. The deputy at the desk answered a ringing phone sharply, listened for about 3 seconds, then looked directly toward me. Not subtle. Pressure climbing. A minute later, Deputy Collins returned. Again. You're moving. I stood slowly. Interview room. No. That changed things immediately. Then where? Federal conference room upstairs. Conference room. Not interrogation. Not legal processing. Coordination. Good. Very good. The walk upstairs felt different this time. More bodies in the hallways, more suits, more state police. County lockup wasn't county lockup anymore. It was becoming a temporary operations center. That meant Artemis succeeded beyond Phase 1. We reached the 4th floor administrative corridor, where temporary federal signage had already been taped over county office placards. Fast infrastructure conversion, the system reacting in real time. Deputy Collins stopped outside double security doors. You're not cuffed because they told me not to cuff you. That generous of them. No, he said quietly. That's scared of you. Interesting answer. The doors buzzed open. Inside, long conference table, multiple monitors, active news feeds, sealed evidence boxes stacked near the wall, and Cindy O'Donnell standing beside a digital projection display with 3 federal agents arguing quietly behind her. She looked up the second I entered. Relief crossed her face so quickly she almost hid it. Almost. One of the agents turned toward me immediately. Late 50s. Transportation Security Administration Oversight Division. Political posture. Not field posture. This him? Cindy nodded once. The man looked irritated already. Good. Martin Keller, he said. You understand the severity of what's happening. More than most people in this room. That landed poorly. Also good. The agent stepped closer. You and your attorney have triggered international trade instability. No, I corrected calmly. Meridian did. Another silence. I was starting to enjoy those. Cindy stepped between us slightly before the conversation hardened. We don't have time for this. She tapped the monitor behind her. Shipping maps filled the screen. Atlantic routes, Port Calusa, Cape Town, Riverbend, and several blinking red markers across secondary logistics hubs. I frowned immediately. Those weren't active before. Cindy nodded grimly. They're moving assets. Meridian. Contracting exposed architecture. Exactly what Artemis predicted. One of the younger federal analysts spoke up nervously. We've tracked 17 shell company dissolutions in under 6 hours. Too slow, I said. Everybody looked at me. If they're burning visible infrastructure, secondary continuity routes are already activating. The TSA official frowned. How would you know that? Because Meridian wasn't improvising. It was adapting. But explaining that to bureaucrats would take 6 months and a whiteboard. So instead, because systems this large survive through redundancy. Cindy changed screens again. Financial routing structures appeared. Offshore chains, insurance flows, shipping exemptions. Then another file opened. Internal federal communication logs. The room shifted immediately, even before I read them, because everybody there understood what those headers meant. DOJ, DHS Customs Enforcement, Federal Interference. Artemis wasn't bluffing. The younger analyst looked pale. Jesus Christ. One message on screen had portions blacked out already. Too late. The important line remained visible. Recommend delaying formal port audit until internal review can be coordinated through approved channels. Translation: stall the investigation. Another message. Exposure. Risk to existing trade relationships currently outweighs enforcement priority. Translation: protect commerce first. The TSA official stared at the screen. Who authorized this? Nobody answered. Because nobody knew how high the rot actually reached yet. That was the terrifying part. Not corruption. Normalization. Cindy looked toward me carefully. Artemis said once this release hits, she said quietly, they stop treating Meridian like organized crime. I kept reading the messages. Institutional hesitation, political protection language, economic risk framing. Yeah, I said softly. They start treating it like infrastructure. And every person in that room realized at exactly the same moment. That was much worse. Chapter 8. Case file, Riverbend, Pennsylvania, November 6th, 2026. Meridian responded at 12:47 a.m. Of course it did. Not publicly, not violently. Systems like Meridian don't lash out emotionally. They apply pressure where it costs the least and fractures the most. County lockup lost power for exactly 53 seconds. No alarms, no emergency lighting failure, no transformer explosion outside. Just darkness, complete and controlled. The backup generators kicked in almost immediately after, flooding the corridors in dim red emergency lighting, while deputies started shouting over one another farther down the block. I stayed seated on the steel bench, because panic only helps the people who planned the blackout. Somewhere nearby, a cell door electronically disengaged with a loud metallic click. Then another. Interesting. Not random. The emergency lights painted the holding block in deep crimson shadows, while inmates started yelling through the bars, trying to figure out whether this was a riot, an escape, or a system failure. It was neither. It was a message. The overhead television screens flickered back to life first. Static, then county camera feeds, then black again. I stood slowly. 53 seconds. Too long for accident, too short for catastrophe. Precision window. The deputy desk erupted into movement, radios, flashlights, key rings. One voice cut through the noise. "Interview floor breach!" That got my attention immediately. Not holding, not intake. Interview floor. Where the federal coordination rooms were operating, where the evidence boxes were stored. I moved toward the bars instinctively. Deputy Collins appeared at the end of the corridor with a flashlight already drawn. "Keller! Who hit it?" "Back against the wall." "Who hit it?" He ignored the question and moved past the cells toward the stairwell, with 3 other deputies following close behind. That told me enough. This wasn't inmate violence. This was institutional panic. The backup lights flickered once more before stabilizing fully. Then the televisions returned. Every screen immediately shifted to emergency news coverage. Port Calusa. Fire. Not explosion level. Controlled burn. Container stacks near Pier 7 throwing thick black smoke into the Florida night, while fire suppression crews swarmed the dockyards. I stared at the screen. Evidence destruction. Not retaliation. Containment. The anchor's voice shook slightly while live footage rolled behind her. Authorities have not confirmed whether the fire is connected to the ongoing federal logistics investigation. Of course they hadn't. Not yet. A second image appeared beside the fire footage. Harborfront Logistics. Riverbend office location. Federal seizure notice across the front entrance. There it was. Pressure escalation. Meridian was burning exposed continuity lines before investigators could map the full architecture. The deputy desk phone rang again. And again. And again. County lockup sounded like somebody kicked an anthill. I sat back down slowly, not defeated. Thinking. That's the important difference, because this right here, this was the real battlefield now. Not raids, not gunfights, not ports. Reaction speed. Which system adapts faster? The institutions trying to expose Meridian or Meridian itself? The answer wasn't clear yet. Footsteps hammered down the stairwell 2 minutes later. Fast, heavy, federal. Cindy appeared first. Hair damp from rain. Dark coat half-buttoned. FBI credentials visible openly now. Behind her, 2 DHS agents and a county lieutenant arguing at the same time. She came straight to my cell. "You okay?" "Depends." "On?" "What got stolen upstairs?" That stopped her cold. Good. Because she hadn't considered that possibility yet. The blackout wasn't long enough to destroy everything, but it was long enough to remove something specific. Cindy cursed quietly under her breath and turned immediately toward one of the DHS agents. "Inventory the evidence room now." "We're already doing." "Now." The agent moved. Smart choice. I watched Cindy carefully through the bars. "You know what this means." "Yeah." "They're scared." "No," she said quietly. "They're active." "Better answer." She leaned closer to the cell. 3 evidence drives are missing. That tracked perfectly. Not all evidence, not random files. Targeted retrieval. Which ones? Federal communication logs. Of course. The interference packets. DOJ hesitation. Customs delays. Economic shielding language. Meridian didn't care about shipping records anymore. Those were already public. What mattered now was proving institutional protection. That's what threatened them. The county lieutenant approached beside Cindy, looking angry enough to break furniture. "You people brought a war into my building." I looked at him calmly. "No," I said. "You discovered one was already happening." He didn't like that. Too bad. One of the televisions changed feeds again. Washington. Emergency overnight hearing announcement. The banner across the bottom of the screen read, "Multiple federal agencies. Deny knowledge of logistics. Network allegations." Deny knowledge. Not deny existence. Language matters. Cindy saw it too. I could tell by the way her expression tightened slightly. The lieutenant pointed toward the screen. This is getting out of control. No, I replied quietly. This is control failing. Silence. The red emergency light still stained the corridor even after full power restoration. The effect made everybody look exhausted and slightly dangerous. Appropriate mood for November. Cindy lowered her voice. Artemis predicted retaliation. What kind? Economic pressure, narrative attacks, asset removal, operational adaptation. She nodded once. Exactly. I leaned back against the wall slowly. The fire at Port Calusa continued burning across the television screens, while reporters tried framing it as isolated coincidence. Nobody believes in coincidences after midnight. Not in Riverbend. Not anymore. One of the DHS agents returned from upstairs looking pale. Cindy turned immediately. Well? The agent swallowed once before answering. Not just the drives. The hallway went still. What else? He looked directly at Cindy. One of the evidence technicians is missing. And suddenly, the room became very, very quiet. Chapter 9. Case File, Riverbend, Pennsylvania, November 6th, 2026. The missing technician's name was Evan Markley, 26 years old, federal evidence contractor, temporary assignment through DHS Logistics Review, which meant two things immediately. He wasn't important enough to protect, but he knew enough to matter. That's the danger zone Meridian operates in best. People who see fragments, people who don't realize the fragments connect, people who assume procedure itself keeps them safe. It doesn't. Cindy stood near the deputy desk, reviewing Markley's personnel file, while county officers moved through the upper floors, trying to look organized under pressure. Nobody succeeds at that after midnight. The courthouse still smelled faintly like overheated wiring from the blackout. Emergency lighting continued bathing sections of the corridor in dull red shadows, while technicians worked panels downstairs, trying to explain 53 seconds that shouldn't have happened. They wouldn't. Because this wasn't a systems failure. It was synchronization. The lieutenant paced near the stairwell. You're telling me a federal contractor vanished from inside a secured building? Nobody answered him immediately. Good. The silence forced reality into the room harder than reassurance would have. Cindy finally looked up from the file. Vehicle still in the garage? Phone? I asked. Left behind. That got everybody's attention. Because people run with phones, unless they leave involuntarily. The lieutenant rubbed one hand hard across his face. Holy Christ. No, I said quietly. This is cleanup. That landed badly. One of the younger deputies looked toward me. You saying they took him? I'm saying Meridian doesn't tolerate exposure paths. The deputy shifted uncomfortably. Good. He should. Most people still imagined conspiracies like movies. Gunmen, secret meetings, coded briefcases. Real systems survive through administrative correction. The people who threaten continuity disappear quietly enough for the paperwork to normalize afterward. Natural causes, transfer requests, missing persons, overdose, accidents. The body isn't the point. The narrative is. Cindy closed the file sharply. We need to find him before local police scanners start picking this up. Too late, I said. She looked at me. The blackout happened in a county building during a federal review operation. Half the state already knows something's wrong. That was another shift happening in real time. Containment windows collapsing. The lieutenant stopped pacing long enough to glare at me. You seem very calm for somebody sitting in the middle of this. I held his gaze. Because panic helps Meridian. That shut him up. A television mounted near booking shifted feeds again. Port Calusa. Pier 7 still burning. But now federal agents blocked camera crews from getting closer to the damaged container yard. Interesting. The anchor continued speaking over live footage. Sources indicate several shipping records connected to the ongoing investigation may have been destroyed in the fire. Destroyed. Not lost. Language keeps evolving once pressure enters the room. I leaned forward slightly against the bars. How long before the third release? Cindy looked toward me sharply. You think Artemis continues after this? Yes. Why? Because now Meridian's reacting publicly. That's the threshold. Once a hidden system starts visibly adapting, exposure accelerates naturally. People begin noticing movement they ignored before. The blackout, the fire, the missing technician. Pattern recognition starts building. That's fatal to covert infrastructure. One of the DHS agents stepped closer. You keep talking like you understand how they operate. I do. How? I almost laughed, because there wasn't a simple answer anymore. Not after 12 months. You spend enough time around a system, I said quietly. Eventually you learn its survival instincts. The agent didn't like that answer. Didn't matter. Cindy approached the bars again. You were right about one thing. Only one? Don't ruin the moment. Fair enough. She lowered her voice. The blackout wasn't isolated to county. That changed everything immediately. How wide? Port Calusa reported a synchronized systems interruption at exactly 12:47. There it was. The room suddenly felt colder. Not because of fear, because confirmation changes theory into architecture. The lieutenant frowned. What the hell does that mean? I looked toward the television showing the burning port. It means Meridian still controls pieces of the infrastructure. Cindy nodded grimly. Traffic cameras, too. How many? Selective intersections. Not random. Never random. Traffic routing. Visual interruption. Movement shielding. Meridian was still coordinating continuity responses during exposure events, which meant the leaks hurt them, but the system remained operational. That balance mattered. The DHS agent spoke carefully now. You think this organization can manipulate municipal infrastructure remotely? No, I corrected. I think they already embedded themselves inside systems nobody thought to question. Big difference. The television shifted again. This time, Washington. Late-night Senate briefing. Reporters crowded outside hearing chambers, while political aides moved quickly between doors, carrying folders and phones. The banner across the bottom stopped the entire room. Cold. DOJ Internal Review requested following leaked communications. There it was. The real damage. Not shipping, not ports, institutional visibility. The lieutenant looked toward Cindy slowly. You telling me federal agencies might actually be involved in this? Cindy answered carefully. I'm saying we no longer know how far this reaches. Honest answer. Good answer. A county dispatcher suddenly shouted from downstairs. Lieutenant! The man turned immediately. What? We found the technician's vehicle. The room tightened instantly. Where? Pier 14. Nobody spoke for half a second. Not me, not Cindy, not DHS. Because every person there understood exactly what that meant. Riverbend again. Always Riverbend. The lieutenant grabbed his coat immediately. Get units moving now. The deputies scattered fast. Radios erupted. Doors slammed. Footsteps thundered through the courthouse. Movement. Real movement. Cindy stayed near my cell while the chaos spread around us. You think he's alive? I looked toward the rain-streaked courthouse window. Pier 14 sitting somewhere beyond it, in the dark along the river. The same docks, the same warehouses, the same dead corridors where this entire thing started unfolding months ago. Then I looked back at her. I think Meridian wants us to find something. And honestly, that possibility scared me more than if they'd left nothing behind at all. Chapter 10. Case File, Riverbend, Pennsylvania, November 6th, 2026. Rain hit the river hard enough to erase reflections. That's the first thing I noticed when they transported me out of county. No cuffs this time either. That part mattered more than anybody wanted to admit. You don't uncuff a manslaughter defendant in the middle of an active federal operation unless the situation changed or the priorities did. Maybe both. Deputy Collins drove while Cindy sat in the passenger seat, scrolling through updates on a bureau tablet that looked like it had aged 10 years in the last 6 hours. Nobody talked much during the ride. Riverbend passed outside the window in wet streaks of amber streetlights and empty sidewalks. Downtown looked quieter than normal for a Thursday night. Not peaceful. Watching. That's what cities do when institutions start shaking. People feel movement before they understand it. The closer we got to the waterfront, the heavier the police presence became. State troopers, Riverbend patrol units, unmarked federal SUVs. Pier 14 glowed ahead through the rain under rotating emergency lights. Red, blue, white. The river behind it looked black enough to swallow the city whole. Deputy Collins parked near the outer barricade. "You stay near us," he said immediately. "Appreciate the trust." "This isn't trust." "Fair again." I stepped out into the rain. Cold hit immediately. River water, diesel, wet concrete, Riverbend. The port looked wrong. Not physically damaged. Not burning. Paused. That's somehow worse. Shipping cranes stood motionless against the skyline while federal floodlights washed over stacked containers and warehouse walls slick with rain. Movement everywhere, but no actual progress. Agents talking over radios, crime scene tape flapping in the wind, forensics teams moving between vehicles, institutional confusion. That's what exposure looks like in the early stages. Cindy walked beside me toward the primary warehouse entrance. "You ever notice how every road in this case keeps leading back here?" she asked quietly. "Yeah." "Why?" I looked out across the river. "Because Riverbend isn't the center." She frowned slightly. "Then what is it?" "The visibility layer." That answer stayed with her. Good. Near the warehouse entrance, Dennis Halpern stood under an awning speaking with 2 DHS agents, while rainwater rolled off the edge beside him in steady sheets. He looked exhausted. More exhausted than before. That meant they found something. Halpern spotted us approaching and immediately waved us over. "You're gonna love this." Nobody said that honestly in months. He handed Cindy a flashlight before looking at me. "Vehicles inside." "Locked." "No." That was deliberate, too. We stepped through the warehouse doors together. The smell hit first. River moisture, machine oil, cold steel, and underneath it, copper. Blood. The warehouse lights only partially worked, leaving long sections of the interior buried in industrial shadow, while portable flood lamps cast harsh white light across the loading lanes. Markley's vehicle sat near dock lane 3, engine cold, driver's side door open. Forensics teams moved around it carefully. Nobody spoke loudly inside the building. Crime scenes involving fear always become churches eventually. I walked closer slowly. No visible body. Interesting. One of the forensic techs looked toward Halpern. "Blood confirmed." "How much?" "Enough." That's never a good answer. Cindy crouched beside the open driver's side door. "Phone's here," she said. "What about the laptop?" The tech answered that one. "Gone." Of course it was. Halpern motioned me farther toward the rear loading lanes. "That's not the important part." We moved deeper into the warehouse. Rain hammered the roof overhead hard enough to sound like distant static. while floodlights carved the darkness into sharp sections of visibility and shadow. Then I saw it. Container 14C-77. Doors partially open. My stomach tightened immediately, not because of the container itself, because I recognized the staging. Meridian loved controlled visuals, scenes designed to communicate something without saying it openly. The floodlights illuminated the inside. Empty, except for one folding chair sitting dead center. And resting on the chair, a flash drive. Red stripe across the side, same as Artemis's classification markers. Cindy stopped beside me. "That's impossible." "No," I said quietly. "That's intentional." Nobody moved immediately, because every person standing there understood the same thing at once. Meridian didn't just know about the leaks. They knew about Artemis. The DHS agent nearest the container spoke first. "This could be a trap." "It is a trap," I replied. "That doesn't mean it's fake." Halpern looked at me carefully. "You think they planted it?" "Yes." "Why?" I stepped closer toward the container opening. "To send a message." The floodlight nearest the chair flickered once in the rain. Not electrical failure. Timing. The same timing Meridian always used when they wanted people paying attention. 12:47. Always the interruption window. Cindy noticed it too. Her expression shifted immediately. "You think this connects to the blackout?" "It absolutely connects to the blackout." One of the forensics agents carefully approached the chair wearing fresh gloves. "Hold up," I said sharply. Everybody looked at me. "Don't touch it yet." The agent frowned. "Why?" "Because Meridian understood psychology better than law enforcement ever would. Because they didn't leave evidence. They left choreography." I stepped closer slowly. The flash drive sat perfectly centered on the metal chair beneath the floodlights, while rain echoed across the warehouse roof overhead. Then I saw the envelope underneath it. White. Dry. Untouched by the moisture in the building. Addressed by hand. M. Keller. Halpern swore quietly under his breath. Cindy looked toward me carefully. "That's not good." No, it wasn't. Because this wasn't retaliation anymore. It was communication. I picked up the envelope slowly. No wires, no resistance. Inside, one folded sheet of paper. Single sentence typed in clean black lettering. "You wanted visibility. Now watch what people do with it." The warehouse suddenly felt a lot colder than the rain outside. Chapter 11. Case file. Riverbend, Pennsylvania, November 6th, 2026. Nobody spoke for several seconds after I read the note. The rain kept hammering the warehouse roof overhead, while floodlights buzzed softly around us, washing the loading lanes in sterile white glare that somehow made the shadows feel deeper instead of smaller. Halpern finally broke the silence. "What the hell does that mean?" I kept staring at the paper in my hand. "It means Meridian thinks exposure helps them too." One of the DHS agents shook his head immediately. "That doesn't make sense." "No," I said quietly. "It makes perfect sense. Because panic is profitable. That's the part governments never understand until it's already happening. Large systems don't just survive instability. Sometimes they feed on it." Cindy stepped closer beside me. "You think this is intimidation?" "No." I folded the note carefully and slipped it into my coat pocket. "This is positioning." The forensic agent still stood near the chair waiting for clearance to touch the flash drive. "Can we process this now?" I looked toward the red-striped drive sitting beneath the floodlights. No network connections. No live systems. No remote access. The tech frowned. "You think it's compromised?" "I think Artemis and Meridian both understand digital warfare better than anyone in this building." That earned a few uncomfortable looks. Good. People needed to start feeling behind. because they were. Halpern rubbed both hands across his face. "Okay," he muttered. "Walk me through this slowly." I looked around the warehouse. Container lanes, rainwater creeping beneath loading doors. Federal agents standing under floodlights trying to act like control still existed. Then back toward Halpern. "Meridian expected exposure eventually." "That's impossible." "No," I replied. "It's operational planning." Cindy understood first. I could see it happen behind her eyes. "The continuity model," she said quietly. I nodded once. If one route fails, another opens. If one company burns, another absorbs movement. Halpern looked irritated now. "You're talking about this thing like it's alive?" "It is." That shut the room up again, because everybody there knew exactly what I meant. Not alive biologically, alive structurally, adaptive, distributed, protective. Meridian wasn't a gang, wasn't a cartel, wasn't even a traditional conspiracy anymore. It was infrastructure. The DHS agent crossed his arms. "So what? They leak themselves now?" "No," I said. "They manage the collapse." That answer hit harder. I walked slowly around the open container while I kept talking. Think about the timing. We expose routing structures. They burn Pier 7. They remove federal interference evidence. Then they leave us this. I glanced toward the chair again. This isn't retaliation. It's narrative steering. Halpern frowned. "Toward what?" "Controlled damage." Cindy's expression tightened immediately. "They want the investigations focused on visible infrastructure." "Exactly. Because the visible layers were expendable now. Coderson, Harborfront, Port Calusa, all burned architecture. Meridian was already moving deeper. The forensic tech finally lifted the flash drive using an evidence cloth and sealed it inside a hardened container. "Where's this getting processed?" One of the DHS supervisors answered. Federal Cyber Response. "No," I said immediately. The room looked at me. "That drive doesn't leave Riverbend." The supervisor frowned. "You don't get a vote." "No," I replied calmly. "But if that thing connects to a federal system before Artemis reviews it, you risk either a wipe trigger, embedded extraction malware, or worse, a tracking handshake." That changed the temperature immediately, because they knew I might be right. Cindy stepped in before the argument escalated. "He's not wrong." The supervisor looked annoyed. "You trusting a jailed manslaughter suspect over DHS protocol?" Cindy didn't blink. "Right now, yes, that landed hard. Especially with Halpern standing right there." The supervisor cursed quietly under his breath and motioned the tech away from the container. "Fine. Temporary isolation only." Smart decision. Probably too late anyway. The rain outside intensified again, and one of the state troopers near the entrance suddenly shouted, "We got media breaching perimeter!" Everybody turned instinctively. Bright camera lights flashed through the warehouse entrance. Too fast. Way too fast. Halpern looked immediately furious. "How the hell did they get here already?" I already knew the answer. Meridian wanted witnesses, not silence. Visibility, just like the note said. Cindy looked toward me carefully. "You think they tipped the press?" "Yes." "Why?" "Because panic spreads faster publicly, and panic creates political pressure. Political pressure creates rushed investigations. Rushed investigations create mistakes." Meridian understood institutional behavior almost mathematically. That was the real danger. A younger DHS analyst approached holding a tablet. "You need to see this." He turned the screen toward us. "Live market reports. Shipping stocks falling. Insurance indexes destabilizing. Emergency trade review sessions activating overseas. Global reaction had started. The analyst looked pale. This is spreading internationally. No kidding. I stared at the numbers quietly. Artemis did it. Not victory, not destruction. Pressure. Enough pressure to force governments into movement. But now the real question started forming underneath all of it. How much instability could Meridian weaponize before institutions pulled back out of fear? The analyst scrolled further down, then stopped. What the hell? Cindy stepped closer. What? The analyst swallowed hard. Swiss banking regulators just froze 3 offshore holding accounts tied to Hawthorne infrastructure. Now that mattered. Because money freezes terrify systems like Meridian more than raids ever could. You can survive bullets. Frozen movement kills continuity. Halpern looked at me slowly. You knew this was coming. No, I said quietly. I hoped. And somewhere out there tonight, for the first time since December, someone inside Meridian was realizing the machine could bleed. Chapter 12. Case File, Riverbend, Pennsylvania, November 6th, 2026. By the time we left Pier 14, the rain had turned Riverbend into blurred reflections and red brake lights. Federal vehicles still crowded the docks behind us, while portable floodlights painted the warehouse district in harsh white scars against the night. News helicopters circled somewhere farther upriver, their search beams cutting through low clouds every few minutes, like the city was already under investigation from above. Maybe it was. Cindy drove, not because procedure allowed it, because nobody upstairs seemed fully certain what procedure even was anymore. The DHS supervisor signed temporary movement authorization after 30 straight minutes of arguments between federal review teams, county administration, and Collins's office. That part interested me most. Not one person argued that I was innocent. They argued whether keeping me visible was now strategically useful. That's the danger with exposure. Eventually, systems stop asking, did he commit a crime? And start asking, can we afford to silence him? Rain streaked across the windshield while downtown Riverbend slid past outside in wet amber light. Storefronts closing. Pedestrians stopping beneath awnings to stare at mounted televisions, inside bars and restaurants. Every screen carrying the same story. Ports, investigations, shell corporations, Meridian. The word had escaped containment now. No pulling it back. Cindy kept both hands on the wheel. You realize your face is everywhere tonight. Ugly city. That's not what I meant. I leaned my head back against the passenger seat and looked out at Monroe Avenue sliding past outside. I know. She was quiet for a moment. The media's eventually going to want to talk to you. Eventually? That was optimism. Fair enough. A local news van rolled past us heading toward the courthouse. Riverbend Action News. They used to cover snowstorms and school board arguments. Now they were chasing international logistics corruption and federal interference allegations. Funny how fast cities change. Cindy glanced toward me briefly. You thought about what you're going to say? No. You should. I usually sound better improvising. That's exactly what worries me. That almost got a smile out of me. Almost. We stopped at a red light near Franklin and Monroe. Omar's coffee cart sat abandoned beneath a plastic tarp on the corner. Closed early. Can't blame him. Riverbend felt different tonight. Not frightened. Aware. Like the city itself finally understood something had been moving underneath it this entire time. The light changed. Cindy kept driving toward downtown. Then I looked over at her. Take a right. She frowned slightly. Why? I want a burger. That got a full look from her now. You're serious. Dead serious. Marty, half the federal government thinks you're connected to an international criminal structure. And I haven't eaten real food in 3 days. She shook her head slowly. You're unbelievable. Jerry's still open this late. How do you know that? Jerry's always open when Riverbend gets weird. That part was actually true. She hesitated another second before finally turning right. Rain hammered harder across the windshield as Jerry's diner appeared ahead, beneath buzzing neon and fogged-up windows, glowing warm against the cold November street. Same cracked sign, same faded chrome trim, same place half the city used when life went sideways. Somehow, it looked smaller than I remembered. Or maybe everything else just got bigger. Cindy parked near the curb and killed the engine. You know this is probably a terrible idea. Best idea I've had all month. That's not comforting. We stepped out into the rain. The bell above Jerry's door chimed softly when we entered. Warmth hit immediately. Coffee, grease, old wood, fried onions. Normal. God, I missed normal. A few customers looked up from their booths the second we walked in, then recognized me. That spread through the diner almost physically. Not fear, not hostility. Recognition. Interesting difference. Jerry himself stood behind the counter wiping down coffee mugs with the same rag he'd probably been using since 1998. Heavy set, gray beard, reading glasses low on his nose. He looked at me for 3 straight seconds. Then, you look like hell. There's the hospitality. Jerry pointed toward the corner booth automatically. Sit down before somebody important notices you. Too late for that. But I appreciated the effort. Cindy slid into the booth across from me, while rain crawled down the diner windows outside. The television mounted above the counter was already covering the port fires again. Of course it was. One of the waitresses approached, carefully holding menus she knew neither of us needed. You guys okay? No, Cindy answered honestly. The waitress nodded slowly, like she respected the answer more for that reason. Jerry walked over himself a minute later, carrying coffee. Black. No questions asked. You eating? Burger, I said immediately. Fries? I'm not recovering financially from this, Jerry. Good point. He looked toward Cindy. You? Coffee, she said. Jerry stared at her. You federal people survive entirely on caffeine and bad decisions. That's accurate. He wandered back toward the grill without another word. For a few seconds, neither Cindy nor I spoke. The diner noise settled around us softly. Silverware, coffee cups, low conversations, rain against glass. Normal life. That's what Meridian never fully understood. People fight harder for ordinary things than ideological ones. The burger arrived 10 minutes later. Grease-soaked paper plate, pickles, fries spilling off the side. Perfect. Cindy watched me take the first bite. You look emotionally attached to that burger. I almost died in South Africa. You almost die everywhere. Also fair. The television volume increased slightly overhead. Breaking news banner again. Federal investigators confirm additional financial seizures tied to offshore logistics structures connected to the widening Meridian investigation. The diner got quieter. Not silent. Listening. One of the truckers sitting near the counter looked over toward me briefly before turning back toward the television. Recognition spreading again. Cindy noticed it too. They're starting to connect you to this publicly. Yeah. You understand what happens next? I took another bite before answering. Everybody picks a side. That simple? No, I said quietly. That dangerous. The waitress refilled our coffee. Hand slightly shaky now. Fear travels fast once people think systems are real. Cindy leaned forward slightly across the booth. The media's eventually going to stop treating you like a suspect. And start? A source? That landed differently, because she was right. The narrative had shifted again tonight. Not innocent, not guilty. Relevant. And relevance is dangerous in systems built around controlled visibility. I looked out the rain-covered diner windows toward downtown Riverbend, glowing wet and gold beneath November clouds. Then back toward the television. Ports burning, hearings forming, markets reacting, Meridian adapting. The machine was still alive, but now the world could finally hear it moving underneath the floorboards. Chapter 13. Case File. Riverbend, Pennsylvania, November 6th, 2026. The first reporter walked into Jerry's 23 minutes after the Senate hearing started trending nationally. That timing told me two things immediately. The courthouse leak perimeter had already failed, and somebody tipped local media that I was no longer inside county. Could have been police scanners, could have been federal chatter, could have been Meridian itself. At this point, all three were equally possible. The bell above the diner door chimed softly. Young guy, late 20s, raincoat soaked through. Riverbend Action News badge hanging visibly from his neck, like he thought transparency made him less intrusive. He spotted me instantly. Of course he did. Cindy saw him at the same time and muttered quietly, "Here we go." The reporter approached carefully, trying to look respectful while visibly vibrating with adrenaline. "Mr. Keller?" Jerry looked up sharply from behind the counter. "Not tonight," he barked immediately. The reporter ignored him. "Bad move." "Mr. Keller, Daniel Price, Riverbend Action News. Is it true federal investigators are connecting Coderson Holdings to international trafficking operations?" Direct question. Too direct. Means somebody higher up already briefed local media harder than expected. I wiped my hands slowly with a napkin before answering. "You should sit down." That caught him off guard. "What? You're shaking." The reporter blinked once, then looked down at his own hand still holding the recorder, shaking slightly. Fear. Not of me, of the story. That mattered. Cindy leaned back in the booth watching quietly now, studying. The reporter sat carefully at the edge of the opposite booth seat, like he wasn't sure if he'd been invited or interrogated. "Mr. Keller," I corrected, "Marty." He hesitated. "Marty, people are saying this Meridian thing might involve federal agencies. People say lots of things. But is it true?" I looked past him toward the television over the counter. Ports, hearings, market drops, visibility spreading. "You know the dangerous part?" I said quietly. The reporter frowned slightly. "What?" "Everybody keeps asking whether Meridian is real." "And?" "That's already the wrong question." The diner got quieter around us. Not obviously. Subtly. Truckers listening without turning around. Waitresses slowing near tables. Jerry pretending to clean coffee mugs while hearing every word. The reporter clicked his recorder on. "What's the right question?" I looked directly at him. How many systems already depended on it? That landed harder than I expected, because he understood it immediately, not intellectually, instinctively. The reporter swallowed once. "You're saying Meridian isn't just criminal?" "No." "What then?" "Infrastructure." The word hung there, heavy. The television above the counter shifted again. Now financial analysts discussing emergency insurance reviews connected to international shipping firms. One phrase repeated twice within 30 seconds. Systemic exposure risk. The reporter heard it too. His eyes flicked toward the screen. Jesus. "No," I replied quietly. "Systems." Cindy shot me a look across the booth, half warning, half fascination. Because she could hear it happening too, the narrative evolving in real time. Not crime organization, systemic structure. That changes how the public reacts, how governments react, how institutions protect themselves. The reporter leaned forward slightly. Do you think the government knew? Careful question. Important question. I answered carefully too. I think large systems prioritize continuity over disruption. That sounds political. No, I said. That sounds historical. Jerry finally walked over carrying a fresh pot of coffee. He set it down harder than necessary beside the reporter. You done bothering my customers? The reporter looked nervous immediately. Sir, this could be one of the biggest corruption stories in decades. Jerry pointed toward me. That man's eaten in this diner since before you had a driver's license. Good point. The reporter backed off slightly. Jerry poured my coffee first, then Cindy's. Ignored the reporter entirely. Professional courtesy. After Jerry walked away, the reporter lowered his voice. Off the record? There's no such thing anymore. That answer visibly unsettled him. Good, because it was true. Once visibility starts spreading, information stops belonging to individual people. It becomes pressure. The reporter looked back down at his recorder. People are scared. Good. That surprised him. You want panic? No, I replied quietly. I want attention. Huge difference. Panic burns fast. Attention lingers. That's what Artemis understood better than anyone. Sustained visibility hurts systems more than outrage does. The diner television shifted once more. Washington again. Another emergency panel discussion. This time, the lower third banner read, Federal sources deny active coordination with Meridian-related entities. Deny coordination, not deny existence. The reporter noticed it too. They keep wording things strangely. Yeah. Why? Because lawyers are writing the language now. That one earned the faintest smile from Cindy. The reporter finally looked directly at me again. What happens next? I thought about Port Calusa burning, the blackout, the missing technician, Artemis's release structure, Meridian adapting in real time. Then I looked around Jerry's diner. Ordinary people, ordinary coffee, ordinary conversations happening underneath the shadow of something global. That depends, I said quietly. On what? Whether people decide comfort matters more than truth. Silence settled across the booth, heavy enough that even the reporter stopped writing for a second. Outside, rain continued washing Riverbend clean in long silver streaks beneath the street lights. But underneath the city, the machine was still moving. Chapter 14. Case file, Riverbend, Pennsylvania, November 7th, 2026. The third leak hit at 6:03 a.m. Not through journalists, not through social media, through the markets. That's when the real panic started. I woke up back inside county holding to the sound of deputies arguing outside the block over shipping indexes and overseas trade freezes, like either of them understood what they were reading. Neither did. Didn't matter. Fear translates faster than expertise. The overhead television mounted near booking flickered between financial coverage and emergency Senate hearings, while ticker banners crawled endlessly beneath every channel. International insurance reviews. Expand Port Calusa operations. Limited European Trade Commission requests formal inquiry. Movement everywhere. Exactly what Artemis wanted. The deputy desk phone rang constantly now. No pauses, no silence. Just institutions trying desperately to calculate how much of the structure was contaminated. I sat on the steel bench holding burnt county coffee and watched Riverbend finally realize it lived near the center of something enormous. An inmate farther down the block stared at the television. Yo, Keller, he muttered quietly. You really blew this thing up. I looked at the screen showing federal agents entering another Coderson property downtown. No, I said softly. It was already unstable. That's the part people misunderstand about collapse. Structures don't fail because somebody pushes them once. They fail because pressure finally reaches fractures that already existed. Deputy Collins approached the bars carrying a folder thicker than yesterday's. "You got bond hearing moved." That got my attention immediately. "To when?" "This morning." Fast. Too fast. Which meant Collins felt pressure. Somebody federal intervened, or the political calculus shifted overnight. Possibly all three. Judge? Alvarez. Interesting. Judge Elena Alvarez didn't scare easily. Former prosecutor. No patience for theater. Even less patience for federal interference. Good. What changed? Deputy Collins looked toward the television. You. Fair answer. The media had shifted hard overnight. Not innocent. Not criminal. Central. Every network now used the same photographs. Cape Town ports, Riverbend docks, harborfront seizures, my booking photo. The face attached to the narrative. Dangerous position to occupy. Deputy Collins unlocked the cell. "You're upstairs in 20. I stood slowly. "Jerry's after this?" The deputy stared at me. "You're unbelievable." That wasn't a no. He shook his head while escorting me toward processing. The courthouse above county looked exhausted. Staff moving too fast. Phones ringing unanswered. Federal personnel everywhere. Temporary operations centers had consumed almost the entire second floor overnight. Portable monitors showed live shipping disruptions across multiple ports, while analysts moved between rooms, carrying stacks of paper, like digital systems, suddenly couldn't be trusted anymore. Maybe they couldn't. We passed one television showing Washington hearings already underway. Senators asking questions nobody in the room wanted, answered publicly. How long did agencies know? What federal departments received warnings? Were trade exemptions knowingly approved? Wrong questions. Too narrow, but still dangerous. Cindy waited outside the hearing room, wearing the same dark coat from yesterday, and carrying enough files to collapse a lesser person. "You sleep?" "Briefly." "You?" "I'm federal. We medically replaced sleep with caffeine in 2004. That almost got me again. Almost. She handed me a coffee while we walked. Media's getting worse. How bad? CNN used the phrase institutional corruption architecture at 4 a.m. I looked at her. That's surprisingly accurate. Don't sound impressed. I took a sip of coffee. Burnt. Terrible. Perfect. Cindy lowered her voice slightly as we reached the courtroom corridor. You understand what happens if you get bond today. I leave county. You become visible. There it was again. Visibility. The entire war had shifted around that word now. I'm already visible. No, Cindy said carefully. You're symbolic. That landed differently. Because she was right. The public didn't know Meridian, didn't understand shell structures or continuity systems or offshore routing chains. But they understood faces, stories, people. And right now, whether I liked it or not, I was becoming the face attached to the exposure. That's dangerous in two directions. Institutions start using you, and systems start targeting you. We stopped outside courtroom 4, B, deputies, reporters, state police. Too many cameras already. The hallway noise lowered slightly the second people noticed me. Recognition spreading again. A reporter shouted immediately, Mr. Keller, do you believe federal agencies knowingly protected Meridian? Another. Did Artemis Bozeman leak classified information? And another. Are you afraid for your safety? Cindy stepped closer beside me. Don't answer. I wasn't planning to, not because I feared the media, because timing matters. Artemis understood that. Meridian understood that. Public statements are pressure releases. Use them wrong, and systems adapt around them. Use them correctly, and they fracture. The courtroom doors opened. Judge Alvarez's clerk motioned us inside. As we entered, I caught sight of Robert Collins standing near the prosecution table, already reviewing notes with 2 assistant DAS. He looked tired. Good. More importantly, he looked uncertain. Better. Because uncertainty means pressure is finally reaching the people who thought they controlled the narrative. Collins looked up the second I entered the courtroom. For a moment, neither of us spoke. Then he glanced toward the growing crowd of media outside the hallway doors, and for the first time since this started, I saw it. Not confidence, not political control, fear. Small, controlled, but real. The same fear spreading through ports, through agencies, through boardrooms, through Washington itself. The fear that comes when systems realize the public can finally see part of the machinery underneath them. Chapter 15. Case File, Riverbend, Pennsylvania, November 7th, 2026. Courtrooms always smell the same: old paper, floor polish, coffee carried in from hallways by people pretending they had time to drink it. Doesn't matter whether it's murder, divorce, fraud, or parking violations. The smell never changes. Maybe that's intentional. Maybe institutions survive by convincing people every form of judgment belongs inside the same room. Courtroom 4B looked larger than I remembered. Not physically. Pressure changes scale. The gallery was already packed before Judge Alvarez even entered chambers. Local media, national media, federal observers, Riverbend officers, courthouse staff pretending not to stare. 3 rows back, I spotted 2 men in dark suits I didn't recognize. No press badges, no county credentials. Watching, not taking notes. Meridian? Federal oversight? Private contractors? At this point, the categories were starting to overlap. Cindy sat beside me at defense table, while Artemis stood reviewing paperwork with the kind of calm that usually means someone already planned 6 moves ahead. Dark charcoal suit, black gloves removed now, thin reading glasses low against his nose. He looked less like a defense attorney today and more like a man preparing controlled demolition. Robert Collins stood across the room with 2 assistant DAS surrounded by stacks of files, thick enough to impress cameras. That was for the audience. Real prosecutors don't carry paper for themselves. They carry it for optics. Judge Elena Alvarez entered exactly at 9 a.m. No delay, no theatrical timing. Former prosecutor. No nonsense. Everyone stood. Alvarez moved toward the bench with the kind of presence that doesn't need volume to control a room. Late 50s. Sharp eyes. Dark hair streaked with gray pulled tightly back. Tired already. Interesting. Be seated. The room obeyed instantly. Judge Alvarez scanned the courtroom once before, looking directly at Collins. "Counselor," she said evenly, "I understand this hearing has drawn unusual public attention." Collins rose smoothly. "Yes, Your Honor. That concerns me." "Not? Impresses me. Concerns." Good start. Collins adjusted his tie slightly. "The state maintains this remains a straightforward manslaughter matter involving Mr. Keller's conduct during the events surrounding." Artemis stood before he could finish. "Your Honor, if the state intends to characterize this as straightforward, the defense requests permission to submit updated federal review notices entered into record after midnight." There it was. Pressure. The courtroom shifted immediately. Reporters leaned forward. Federal observers stopped pretending not to listen. Judge Alvarez looked toward Artemis carefully. "Counselor Bozeman, are these directly relevant to bond consideration?" "Yes, Your Honor." Collins jumped in immediately. The state objects to introducing unrelated federal speculation into a local manslaughter hearing. Speculation? Artemis replied calmly. No anger, no emotion. That's what made him dangerous. He handed a folder toward the clerk. 3 federal agencies initiated active infrastructure review proceedings within the last 12 hours directly tied to the operational context surrounding Mr. Keller's investigation. The words, operational context. Not case, not allegations. Calculated language. Judge Alvarez opened the folder slowly. The courtroom became dead silent except for camera shutters outside the hallway. She read for almost 30 seconds without speaking, long enough for tension to become physical. Then, Mr. Collins. The DA stood straighter immediately. Why? The judge asked carefully. Was this court not informed overnight that portions of the underlying investigative structure tied to this matter are now subject to active federal inquiry? That landed like a grenade. Collins recovered quickly. Your Honor, those reviews do not alter the defendant's direct conduct. Answer the question. Flat. Sharp. Dangerous. The courtroom tightened instantly. Collins glanced briefly toward the federal observers in the gallery before answering. The information became available late. Judge Alvarez stared at him for another second too long. She knew he was managing optics, not facts. Good. Artemis remained perfectly still beside me, not interrupting, not grandstanding, just letting pressure accumulate naturally. That's the thing about good attorneys. They know silence is often the heaviest object in the room. Judge Alvarez closed the folder. The state charged Mr. Keller with manslaughter 3 days ago. Yes, Your Honor. And since then, federal reviews opened, international logistics investigations expanded, multiple commercial entities connected to this matter dissolved, and at least one federal courthouse security incident occurred overnight. Nobody moved, because hearing it spoken aloud changed the scale again. This wasn't local anymore. Collins cleared his throat carefully. The state maintains Mr. Keller represents an operational risk. Operational, interesting choice of word. Artemis noticed too. He rose slowly. Your Honor, the defense would argue Mr. Keller currently represents a visibility risk. That got everyone's attention. Even Judge Alvarez paused slightly. Artemis continued calmly. There is now substantial evidence that broader institutional structures connected to this matter are under active scrutiny. My client is not a flight risk. He looked briefly toward Collins. He is, however, highly inconvenient. The courtroom shifted hard at that line. A few reporters actually stopped writing for half a second. Judge Alvarez leaned back slightly in her chair. Counselor Bozeman, she said carefully, are you suggesting the prosecution is politically motivated? No, Your Honor. Truthful answer. Smart answer. Artemis adjusted one file on the table before continuing. I'm suggesting this court is now operating inside a rapidly evolving federal environment, where the defendant's visibility has become inseparable from ongoing investigative exposure. Translation: if something happens to Marty now, everybody notices. That's the shield. Not innocence. Visibility. Collins stepped forward quickly. The defendant remains directly connected to violent events, resulting in multiple fatalities across 2 continents. Connected? Artemis interrupted softly. Collins stopped. The room stopped with him. Artemis tilted his head slightly. Interesting word choice. That one hurt, because Collins realized too late he'd echoed the exact media language now collapsing publicly around the investigation. The judge noticed too. Very bad moment for the prosecution. Collins recalibrated immediately. The defendant participated in operations resulting in death. Better, but weaker. Artemis moved in before momentum recovered. And yet, despite federal task force participation, international intelligence involvement, ongoing Senate review, and expanding infrastructure investigations. He paused deliberately. The state wishes this court to believe Martin Keller alone represents the primary threat sitting before it. Silence. Heavy silence. Judge Alvarez removed her glasses slowly. That's never a good sign for whoever speaks next. She looked directly at Collins. Does the state possess evidence suggesting Mr. Keller currently presents a danger to the public if released pending trial? Collins hesitated. Tiny hesitation. Critical hesitation. Because 6 days ago the answer was easy. Now? Now the world changed around the case. We believe, Collins said carefully, Mr. Keller remains operationally connected to individuals responsible for unauthorized dissemination of protected investigative materials. Artemis almost smiled. Almost. There it is. Judge Alvarez looked toward him. The defense would like the record to reflect, Artemis said calmly, that the state has now shifted from arguing public safety to arguing information control. That hit the room harder than anything else so far, because it was true. The entire courtroom suddenly understood. The hearing wasn't really about manslaughter anymore. It was about containment. I looked toward the gallery. The two unidentified men in suits weren't writing notes now. They were watching Artemis, carefully. Interesting. Judge Alvarez leaned forward slightly. Mr. Keller. First time she addressed me directly. I stood slowly. The courtroom turned toward me all at once. Pressure, attention, visibility. You understand the severity of the environment surrounding this case? Yes, Your Honor. You understand your public profile now significantly complicates release considerations? Yes. She studied me carefully. Then, are you prepared to comply fully with court restrictions if granted conditional bond? I thought about Meridian, Artemis, the leaks, the ports, the hearings, the machine finally becoming visible. Then answered honestly, yes, Your Honor. Not because I trusted the system, because for the first time, the system was finally being forced to look at itself too. Chapter 16. Case File, Riverbend, Pennsylvania, November 7th, 2026. Judge Alvarez remained silent for nearly a full minute after my answer. That's a long time inside a courtroom, long enough for reporters to stop typing. Long enough for prosecutors to start second-guessing strategy. Long enough for institutions to feel uncertainty settling into the room like weather. She reviewed the files in front of her carefully while the courtroom waited. No whispers now. No movement. Just pressure. Robert Collins stood rigid beside the prosecution table pretending calm, while one of his assistants quietly slid updated paperwork toward him from a legal pad already overloaded with revisions. Bad sign for the state. Artemis remained motionless. That was intentional too. He understood something most attorneys never do. Once momentum turns against an institution, don't interrupt it. Judge Alvarez finally looked up. This court recognizes, she said evenly, that the defendant remains charged in connection with serious allegations involving loss of life. Collins visibly stabilized slightly at that. Too early. The judge continued. However, there it was. One word, enough to shift the room again. This court also recognizes that substantial external developments now surround the broader investigative framework connected to this matter. Broader investigative framework, not conspiracy, not rumor. Legal language evolving in real time. The reporters caught it instantly. Pens moving again. Phones quietly recording from gallery rows. Judge Alvarez folded both hands together. The state has not demonstrated to this court that Mr. Keller currently presents an immediate threat to the public, a credible flight risk, or a direct obstruction risk sufficient to justify indefinite detention pending evolving federal review. Collins stood immediately. "Your Honor." She raised one hand without looking at him. Dangerous move to interrupt a judge mid-ruling. More dangerous when she's already irritated. The courtroom went still again. Judge Alvarez looked directly at me. "Mr. Keller, conditional bond will be granted under the following restrictions: surrender of passport, electronic monitoring, restricted travel radius, mandatory reporting, immediate compliance with all state and federal investigative requests." The room reacted all at once, reporters whispering, federal observers exchanging looks, one camera shutter firing too aggressively near the hallway entrance. Not celebration, shock, because everybody understood what this actually meant. Visibility won, at least temporarily. Collins stood again carefully. "The state strongly objects to release." Judge Alvarez nodded once. "Your objection is noted." Translation: "I don't care." Artemis finally moved slightly beside me for the first time in minutes. Tiny adjustment, tiny exhale, relief. Interesting. That meant even he wasn't fully certain how the hearing would land. Judge Alvarez continued. "This court further advises all parties that ongoing federal developments may substantially alter jurisdictional and procedural considerations moving forward." Another important sentence, not local anymore, not contained anymore. The machine was becoming too large for county walls. Collins gathered his papers sharply, angry now. Not theatrical anger, real anger. Because he could feel control slipping away publicly. He looked toward me for the first time since the hearing began. "You understand this changes nothing." I met his eyes calmly. "No," I said quietly. "It changes everything." That landed harder than I expected. Even Judge Alvarez looked up briefly. Because everybody in that courtroom knew we weren't talking about the manslaughter charge anymore. We were talking about Meridian. The hearing officially adjourned 3 minutes later. That's when the chaos started. The hallway outside courtroom 4B exploded the second the doors opened. Cameras, microphones, questions fired from every direction. "Marty! Marty! Mr. Keller, do you believe federal agencies knowingly delayed investigations? Are additional leaks coming? Who is Meridian? Is Artemis Bozeman connected to the disclosures?" Deputies tried controlling the crowd while federal personnel attempted pretending this was still manageable. It wasn't. Visibility had escaped containment. Cindy stayed close beside me while Artemis moved slightly ahead through the hallway, like a man navigating incoming artillery. One reporter shoved too close. "Mr. Keller, are you accusing the U.S. government of corruption?" I stopped walking. Cindy immediately looked at me. Warning. Artemis slowed too. The hallway quieted slightly. Every camera focused. I looked directly at the reporter. "I'm saying systems protect continuity before accountability." Silence. Then another reporter shouted, "Does Meridian still exist?" I thought about Port Calusa burning, missing technicians, blackouts, adaptive routing, federal hesitation, offshore money freezing in real time. Then answered honestly, "Yes." The hallway erupted instantly, questions overlapping, camera flashes detonating across courthouse walls, deputies yelling for space. Cindy grabbed my arm. "Move!" We pushed through the crowd toward the secured stairwell, while reporters continued shouting behind us. One question followed louder than the others. "Mr. Keller, what happens next?" That one stayed with me all the way down the stairwell, because I honestly wasn't sure anymore. Not fully. The leaks were working. The ports were reacting. Governments were moving. Meridian was bleeding. But wounded systems don't die quietly. They adapt. That's what worried me. Outside the courthouse, rain still soaked Riverbend in cold November gray, while media vans crowded every available curb line around Justice Way. The city looked different now, not asleep, awake. And awakening is dangerous, especially when people start realizing the machinery underneath their lives might be real. Chapter 17. Case file, Riverbend, Pennsylvania, November 7th, 2026. Freedom felt smaller than I remembered. That surprised me most. Not the cameras, not the reporters, not the federal vehicles shadowing movement outside the courthouse. The size of it. After days inside county holding, I expected release to feel expansive somehow. Air lighter, streets wider, the city familiar again. Instead, Riverbend felt compressed, like visibility itself was shrinking available space around me. Cindy drove again. Black Bureau sedan this time. Temporary plates. 2 unmarked federal SUVs following at inconsistent distance behind us, pretending not to be surveillance. Bad pretending. Rain slid across the windshield, while courthouse lights disappeared behind downtown buildings in fractured yellow reflections. Neither of us spoke for the first few minutes. The radio stayed off. The silence wasn't uncomfortable, just crowded. Too many moving parts now. Federal hearings, frozen accounts, media escalation, missing technicians, Meridian adapting. And underneath all of it, anticipation. Because everybody understood the same thing now. The machine had been wounded publicly. Nobody knew how hard it would hit back. Cindy finally exhaled slowly. You handled that hallway badly. That narrows nothing down. You stopped walking. They asked questions. You answered them. I looked out at Monroe Avenue sliding wet beneath the streetlights. People deserve answers. No, Cindy replied quietly. People deserve timing. That sounded like Artemis, which meant she'd been around him too long lately, dangerous for anyone's emotional stability. We passed Omar's coffee cart again, still closed. That bothered me more than it should have. Normal routines disappearing always bothered me in Riverbend. Cities reveal damage through small absences before major ones. A tow truck rolled past, carrying a harborfront logistics van with federal seizure markings spray-tagged across the doors. Visibility. Everywhere now. I leaned back against the passenger seat. How bad's the media cycle? Cindy gave a dry laugh. One network called you a whistleblower, and the others? Domestic extremist, vigilante investigator, anti-corruption source, federal liability. She glanced toward me briefly. One analyst called you structurally disruptive. That's a terrible phrase. It's growing on me. The city grew quieter the farther we moved from downtown. Rain softened slightly. Traffic thinned. Riverbend looked exhausted, like the whole place stayed awake too long, staring at television screens and trying to decide whether to feel betrayed or validated. Cindy turned onto Franklin. You have somewhere safe to stay? I almost laughed at the word safe. No, that wasn't sarcasm. I know. She tightened both hands slightly on the steering wheel. Your office is compromised. Yeah. Apartment? Absolutely not. Jerry's diner? That'd be emotionally comforting but strategically stupid. That's the first responsible thing you've said all week. Fair. The electronic monitor around my ankle shifted uncomfortably beneath my pant leg when I moved. Another reminder. Conditional freedom. That's still a cage, just one with weather. Cindy slowed at a red light near Sinclair, then looked toward me carefully. You really believe this can work? The question mattered because she wasn't asking about the leaks anymore. She meant exposure itself. Visibility warfare. I watched rainwater crawl sideways across the passenger window. I think Meridian survives if people stay compartmentalized. That's not an answer. It's the only one I've got. The light changed. We kept moving. Cindy spoke again after another block. You know what scares me most? What? That none of this feels impossible anymore. That landed hard, because I understood exactly what she meant. 3 months ago, manipulated ports, coordinated shell companies, federal hesitation, synchronized infrastructure interruptions, offshore death routing. All of it sounded paranoid. Now, congressional hearings were discussing it openly before noon. That's how visibility changes reality. Not by proving every detail, by making denial impossible. We turned onto a quieter street lined with old brick buildings and dead trees, stripped bare by November wind. Safe house territory. Unmarked. Forgettable. Federal-owned through 6 layers of paperwork, probably connected to agencies that denied knowing it existed. Cindy parked beside the curb, but didn't shut the engine off immediately. Rain tapped softly against the hood. You understand they're watching now. Everybody's watching. No, she said quietly. Meridian. I looked out through the windshield. Dark windows, wet sidewalks, no visible movement. That means nothing anymore. I know. And? I thought about the note inside container 14C-77. You wanted visibility. Now watch what people do with it. That wasn't a threat. Not fully. It was a warning. Because visibility destabilizes everything. Governments, markets, law enforcement, trust, civilians, systems. Meridian understood something Artemis understood too. Once exposure starts, nobody controls where fear travels next. I looked back toward Cindy. They think people will choose comfort over truth. Will they? I watched the rain for another second before answering. Most will. Honest answer. Probably the scariest one. Cindy finally killed the engine. The silence afterward felt heavier. You should get inside, she said. You coming in? Not tonight. Why? Because if anybody's tracking movement around you, she replied quietly, I'd rather not hand them both targets together. Smart. Hated it. But smart. I opened the passenger door slowly. Cold November air rolled into the car immediately. Before stepping out, I paused. Cindy. She looked over. Thanks. That surprised her enough to matter. Then she nodded once. Don't die before morning. No promises. I stepped out into the rain and closed the door behind me. The Bureau sedan pulled away quietly into the wet Riverbend night, while I stood alone beneath flickering streetlights, listening to distant traffic and river wind moving through the city. Free again. Sort of. But freedom felt different now. Smaller. Heavier. Visible. And somewhere underneath Riverbend, the machine was still awake too. Chapter 18. Case file. Riverbend, Pennsylvania, November 7th, 2026. The safe house used to be a dentist's office. You could still tell by the layout. Too many sinks, too much fluorescent lighting, hallways designed around nervous waiting. Federal agencies love repurposing abandoned professional buildings because nobody looks at them twice. Strip the signage, bury the ownership under 3 shell leases, and suddenly an old medical office becomes operational infrastructure. Funny how similar that sounded to Meridian. The front door unlocked with a magnetic click the second I entered the access code Cindy texted me from the car. Inside, dim lighting, reinforced windows, freshly stocked cabinets, temporary workstations, and Artemis Bozeman sitting at a folding table surrounded by open laptops, encrypted drives, legal binders, and enough coffee to medically qualify as self-destruction. He didn't look up immediately when I walked in. That hearing went worse than expected. I shut the door behind me. I got bombed. That's not the part I'm referring to. Fair. Rain tapped steadily against the boarded rear windows, while multiple monitors glowed across the room showing news feeds, market trackers, port maps, live Senate coverage. The entire safe house hummed softly with electronics and exhaustion. I slipped the wet coat off my shoulders. You sleeping at all? No. Healthy? Efficient. Also, fair. Artemis finally looked up from one of the monitors. You shouldn't have answered reporters directly. They asked questions. That's how reporters work, Marty. I ignored that and looked around the room. Where'd all this come from? Preparation. Of course it did. Nothing in Artemis's life appeared accidentally anymore. A second folding table near the wall held stacked hard drives labeled only by colored strips. Blue, yellow, black, red. Release architecture. Phase sequencing. Visibility warfare turned into physical organization that somehow made it more real. I sat heavily into the chair across from him. You saw Port Calusa. Yes? You think they're done burning infrastructure? No. Good, I muttered quietly. That'd almost worry me more. Artemis removed his glasses slowly. They're adapting exactly the way we expected. We, interesting shift. Not. You. Not. I. We. The room fell quiet except for distant thunder somewhere outside Riverbend, and the constant low murmur of cable news discussing Meridian-like analysts suddenly discovered systemic corruption existed yesterday. Then Artemis looked down toward my ankle. Electronic monitor. Court-issued GPS tracking. He frowned immediately. That's annoying. You should hear it beep at random. Artemis stood and walked toward a small equipment case sitting near the rear workstation. You're not cutting it off. I know. That would be a felony. I know. That sounded disappointingly hopeful. He ignored me and returned carrying a handheld scanner, roughly the size of a cell phone, with a modified antenna attached to the top. I stared at it. That looks illegal. It's adaptive. That's not a legal term. Neither is Meridian. Hard argument to counter. Artemis crouched slightly near my ankle monitor and activated the scanner. A soft blue light passed over the barcode fixed to the side of the tracking unit. Nothing happened for 3 seconds. Then one of the monitors behind him chimed softly. He stood and walked back toward the workstation. I followed. The tracking screen displayed a live GPS ping over Riverbend. Then another. Then another. And another. The map multiplied rapidly until 15 separate movement signals spread across the city grid. I stared at the screen. What the hell? Artemis sat back down calmly. Redundant ghost routing. You cloned the monitor? I fragmented the signal response. That sounds extremely illegal. It sounds operationally useful. Also true. The 15 GPS markers moved independently now. One toward downtown, another toward Harborfront. 2 moving northbound, several stationary. False movement architecture. Meridian technique. I looked at him carefully. You learned from them. No, Artemis corrected quietly. I adapted to them. That sentence sat heavier than either of us liked, because it was true. The war changes people eventually, especially prolonged ones. I watched the false GPS signals continue spreading through Riverbend. If Collins checks the monitor, he'll see movement compliance within your approved travel radius. And Meridian? Artemis finally looked up from the screen. That depends entirely how deeply they penetrated state monitoring systems. Not reassuring. One monitor near the wall suddenly shifted feeds automatically. Breaking news. Another offshore account freeze. Another logistics corridor under review. Another analyst using the phrase systemic exposure. The pressure wave kept spreading, but underneath it, I could feel something else now. Retaliation building, not emotional retaliation. Structured retaliation. Meridian adapting layer by layer. I reached into my coat pocket and removed the note from Pier 14. Artemis read it silently after I handed it over. You wanted visibility. Now watch what people do with it. He stared at the paper for several seconds before setting it carefully beside the keyboard. They're trying to turn exposure into destabilization. They might succeed. Yes, Artemis admitted quietly. That's the danger. That honesty mattered. Too many people still thought this was about victory. It wasn't. It was pressure management now. How much truth institutions could absorb before they recoiled back into self-protection. I rubbed one hand across my face slowly, then looked toward Artemis again. You know what's coming next? Yes. Not hesitation. Not uncertainty. Simple confirmation. I pulled my cell phone from my coat. Artemis watched me carefully. Who are you calling? I already knew the answer before dialing. Cindy. The line rang twice before she answered. You miss me already? You are going to hate me for this. Silence on the line. Then, that's never a good opening sentence. I look toward Artemis and the spreading GPS ghosts moving across Riverbend, then toward the storm outside the safe house windows. You have to get Megan, I said quietly, and bring her here. The silence afterward lasted just long enough to tell me Cindy already understood how serious. Chapter 19. Case File, Riverbend, Pennsylvania, November 7th, 2026. Cindy didn't answer immediately after I told her to get Megan. That silence mattered. Not confusion. Recognition. Rain rolled steadily across the safe house windows, while Artemis monitored the growing chaos unfolding across Riverbend through a wall of glowing monitors and fractured GPS overlays. The safe house hummed with news feeds, encrypted chatter, Senate hearings, traffic systems, market collapse trackers. Pressure had become environmental now. Finally, Cindy spoke through the phone. You better explain that sentence fast. I leaned one hand against the folding table and watched the ghost GPS signals continue moving across Riverbend. 15 versions of me scattered through the city. Artemis's work. Megan treated me after Cape Town, I said quietly. She heard conversations she shouldn't have heard. Saw injuries nobody officially documented. And you think Meridian knows that? I think Meridian tracks continuity risks. Artemis glanced up briefly at that. Good. He agreed. The television mounted near the wall shifted to another emergency news cycle. European trade regulators. Port freezes. Offshore account seizures. The machine was bleeding publicly now, which meant Meridian would start protecting critical architecture privately, people included. Cindy exhaled slowly through the line. She's still at County General. That bothered me immediately. County General connected directly into emergency response systems, city infrastructure, law enforcement channels, federal movement alerts. Too visible, too easy to monitor. I don't like that. No kidding. One of the monitors behind Artemis chimed sharply. A ghost. GPS signal disappeared. I looked toward the screen immediately. What happened? Artemis enlarged the tracking map. One of the cloned ankle monitor signatures near downtown Riverbend had collapsed completely. Not drifted, not disconnected naturally. Probed. They're checking movement consistency, Artemis said quietly. How? Pattern analysis. Of course. Meridian tracked systems the same way predators track movement. Pacing, repetition, synchronization, interruption. The surviving ghost signals continued moving across the city grid, while one more flickered unstable near Harborfront. They know the monitor's compromised? I asked. Not yet. Then what? Artemis typed rapidly across another screen. They know the movement patterns aren't behaving organically. That answer sat heavy, because it meant somewhere inside Meridian, someone was already analyzing the anomaly mathematically, exactly the way they analyzed ports, exactly the way they analyzed shipping continuity. I looked back toward the phone. Cindy. Yeah. You need to move now. I'm already moving. Not carefully, fast. She stayed silent for a second too long. Then, you only use that tone when you think somebody's about to die. Fair. Another monitor chimed. New message packet. Artemis opened it instantly. Live traffic feeds. Municipal camera routing. Then he froze briefly. Tiny pause. Critical pause. What? He rotated the screen toward me. A black SUV appeared 3 intersections behind Cindy's vehicle. No registration hit. No traffic camera metadata. No municipal tracking handshake. Ghost vehicle. Professional. Cindy heard the silence over the line immediately. What? You've got company, I said quietly. A beat passed. Then, yeah, I noticed. Not fear. Confirmation. That worried me more. You positive? They've maintained distance through 6 turns. Professional tail discipline. Meridian. Or somebody close enough operationally to mimic them. Artemis zoomed the map farther out. The black SUV stayed precisely 3 intersections behind Cindy's movement pattern, regardless of traffic flow. Adaptive spacing, not random surveillance. I looked toward Artemis. You think they traced the safe house? No. Confident? No. Honest answer. Again. The Senate hearing continued silently on another monitor, while ticker banners rolled beneath federal testimony. DOJ. Internal review expands. Multiple offshore assets. Frozen transportation. Oversight. Demands answers. Visibility was spreading exactly like Artemis intended. But now Meridian was adapting to it in real time. That's the danger nobody on television understood. Large systems don't collapse immediately. They contract, reposition, protect continuity. And tonight continuity meant people. Another ghost GPS signal died. Then another. 15 false movement signatures became 11. Meridian was learning too fast. Cindy's voice came back through the line. What's the play? I looked around the safe house. Weapons cases, legal binders, cloned signals, market collapse feeds, Riverbend, glowing wet outside the reinforced windows. The war had changed again. Not ports, not shell companies, people. I'm coming out. No, Cindy said immediately. Too late. I ended the call and slipped the phone into my coat pocket. Artemis watched me carefully from across the room. You should stay here. No. That vehicle may just be surveillance. Exactly. I walked toward the folding chair near the wall and grabbed my navy peacoat. The weight of the Colt 45 ACP inside the inner pocket settled familiar against my ribs. Comforting in all the wrong ways. Artemis's eyes shifted downward briefly. You're armed. I was jailed. Not suicidal. One of the monitors flashed another ghost collapse. Now 9 signals remaining. The map was shrinking rapidly. Artemis stood slowly. You understand the moment this turns kinetic publicly, the narrative changes. I know. You become exactly what Collins wants. I slipped the peacoat on fully and adjusted the collar. Rain hammered harder outside. Thunder somewhere near the riverfront. The city sounded restless. I need my bug-out kit. That got his attention immediately. "You're serious?" "Yes." Artemis looked at me for a long second, then toward the black equipment case sitting near the far wall. "Bottom latch," he said quietly. And suddenly, the safe house no longer felt like protection. It felt like preparation. Chapter 20. Case file, Riverbend, Pennsylvania, November 7th, 2026. The moment Cindy's message came through, the room changed. Not emotionally. Operationally. That's the difference between panic and training. Panic gets loud. Training gets efficient. Artemis was already pulling live traffic overlays across 3 monitors while rerouting the surviving ghost GPS signals through alternate movement grids to keep Meridian occupied for another few minutes. Maybe less now. The safe house lighting hummed softly overhead, while rain battered the windows, hard enough to blur the city outside into shifting streaks of amber and black. I grabbed my navy pea coat off the chair near the wall and checked the inside pocket automatically. Colt Combat Elite Defender, .45 CP. Still there. Weight familiar, comforting in all the wrong ways. Artemis looked up briefly from the monitors. "You're not going." I ignored him and ejected the magazine. 7 rounds. Hollow points. Not tonight. I cleared the chamber, caught the live round in my palm, then looked toward the open equipment cases lining the rear table. "Where's my bug-out kit?" Artemis stopped typing for half a second. "You're serious?" "Very." He stared at me for another second, before motioning toward a black hard-shell case near the far wall. "Bottom latch." I crossed the room quickly and dropped the case onto the folding table. The lock snapped open. Inside, spare mags, med kit, encrypted burner phones, suppressor wraps, cash bundles, folded maps, 2 knives, compact surveillance gear, ammunition trays, preparedness architecture. Artemis built contingency, the same way Meridian built continuity. Layered. I removed the hollow points from the Colt magazine one by one and replaced them with subsonic FMJ rounds from the tray. Artemis finally stood. "You expecting body armor?" "No." "Then why subsonic?" "Because tonight I care more about control than expansion." That answer stayed with him. Subsonic FMJ meant cleaner suppression, reduced overpenetration risk in urban interiors, tighter acoustic signature, not combat loadout, precision loadout. That worried Artemis more. I seated the magazine firmly back into the Colt and chambered a round with a sharp metallic snap that cut through the safehouse noise. The room suddenly felt smaller. Artemis watched carefully now. "You think this escalates into contact?" I think Meridian sent a tail visible enough for Cindy to notice. That could be intimidation. "No," I said quietly. It could also be confidence. Important distinction. One of the ghost GPS signals vanished completely from the monitor behind him. Then another. Meridian was collapsing the fake movement grid faster now. Adaptive learning. Too fast. I reached back into the bug-out kit and unzipped the lower compartment. There it was. DDM-4PDW. Short-barreled. Compact. Suppressed upper already configured. Black finish worn slightly near the grip from prior use. Cape Town scars still scratched faintly along the receiver. The rifle looked exactly how November felt. Functional. Damaged. Still dangerous. Artemis rubbed one hand slowly across his face. "You bringing a rifle into Riverbend is a terrible sign." "I noticed." I checked the chamber, then loaded a magazine of subsonic .300 blackout. Controlled recoil. Reduced report. Urban movement. Again. Not war loadout. Targeted movement. The television near the wall continued silently showing Senate hearing footage, while headlines rolled beneath. Federal interference questions expand. Port investigations widen. Shipping markets fall for second day. The world was shaking upstairs while Riverbend prepared to bleed downstairs. Classic Meridian balance. Artemis stepped closer. You understand the moment this turns kinetic publicly. The narrative shifts. I know. You become exactly what Collins wants you to become. I secured the rifle sling beneath the peacoat carefully, concealed enough at distance. Invisible up close? Not remotely. Then let's avoid public. Another alert chimed from the laptop. Cindy again. Turned eastbound. Still there. Artemis enlarged the traffic overlay immediately. The tail vehicle stayed 3 intersections behind her. Perfect spacing. No registration hits. No traffic camera confirmation. Professional ghosting. Not local criminals. Not random surveillance. Meridian operators. I grabbed one of the burner phones from the kit. Patch me through. Artemis handed over an encrypted earpiece instead. Channel 3. I inserted it while moving toward the safe house exit. Cindy answered instantly. You better be staying put. No. Marty. Vehicle description. Dark silence on the line for half a second. Then, black SUV, no plates, lights off except intersections. Distance. Maintaining 3-block separation. Professional indeed. I checked the Colt once more beneath the peacoat. Keep moving toward Sinclair. You have a plan? No, that's what worries me. Fair. Artemis opened the safe house rear exit remotely from the workstation. Cold November rain swept immediately into the hallway behind the door. Before stepping out, I looked back toward him. You coming? No. That surprised me. You're staying. Someone needs to keep the system visible. Also true. He looked toward the ghost GPS map one last time. Only 4 fake signals remained active now. Meridian was learning. Fast. Artemis met my eyes carefully. Marty. Yeah. If they move against Megan directly. He stopped there. Didn't finish the sentence. Didn't need to. Because we both understood exactly what it meant if Meridian started targeting emotional leverage instead of operational containment. The war had changed again. Cindy was being hunted. Chapter 21. Case file, Riverbend, Pennsylvania, November 7th, 2026. Riverbend looked different through rain and glass, not darker, sharper. Streetlights stretched across wet pavement in long, broken lines, orange and white and red, all of it smeared by the storm until the city looked like somebody had tried to erase it and failed halfway through. I left Safe House 3 through the rear exit with the DDM-4 tucked beneath the Navy peacoat and the Colt riding heavy in the inner pocket. The ankle monitor stayed in place. Court order. Visible restraint. Legal leash. Artemis had turned it into a lie. 15 signals became 9 before I cleared the alley. By the time I reached the borrowed sedan parked beneath the dead awning behind the building, the count was 7. Meridian was learning. Fast. Artemis's voice came through the earpiece as I opened the driver's side door. You have 4 active ghosts remaining. Then stop narrating and keep them alive. I'm trying. Try harder. That's not technically helpful. No. I started the engine and pulled out without headlights for the first half block, letting the sedan roll through rain and shadow until the alley gave way to a side street near Franklin. Then lights on. Blend in. Don't hide so hard people notice. Cindy's location ping moved across the secure channel in short bursts. She was eastbound from County General, then cutting south toward Sinclair. Megan was with her now. That changed the math. 1 federal agent with training and a tail is a problem. 1 federal agent transporting a civilian doctor connected to undocumented injuries, Cape Town statements, and Marty Keller's personal life becomes leverage. Meridian understood leverage. Better than most governments. Better than most criminals. Because leverage wasn't force. It was structure applied to weakness. I took Monroe 2 blocks before cutting over to West Pike. Traffic was light, but not empty. Enough cars to create cover. Not enough to hide anything deliberate. The black SUV stayed 3 intersections behind Cindy. Artemis kept it on one of the monitors and fed me distance updates every 15 seconds. Still holding separation. Plates? None visible. Make? Late model Yukon or Tahoe. Black. No municipal handshake. Route logic? Adaptive. Of course. I passed a closed pharmacy with the windows reflecting my sedan back at me in fractured pieces. For half a second, I saw myself. Wet collar. Gray eyes. Too much weight in the shoulders. Peacoat hiding a rifle like the city hadn't already seen enough violence this year. Then I was past it. Cindy's voice cut into the line. You moving? Yeah. I told you not to. You were unclear. I was extremely clear. You sounded emotional. Keep talking and I'll let them shoot you first. Good. Still, Cindy, that helped more than it should have. Where are you? Sinclair Service Road. Megan's with me. Megan's voice came faintly through the background. Is that Marty? Cindy answered her before I could. Unfortunately. I almost smiled. Almost. Then Artemis cut in. Tail accelerated. The smile disappeared before it finished forming. How much? 2 intersections now. Cindy heard it too. I see them. Her engine sound rose through the open channel, not panic. Acceleration. I turned hard onto Mercer and pushed speed without overcommitting. Rainwater kicked up behind the tires, while the sedan's rear end slipped half a foot before catching. Old Riverbend roads didn't forgive wet weather. Neither did November. Cindy, I said, don't go to the safe house. No kidding. Where are you taking her? Old textile district. Good. Multiple alleys. Poor sightlines. Dead infrastructure. Bad for civilians. Useful for breaking surveillance. Meridian probably knew that too. Don't box yourself in. I know how to drive. I've seen evidence both ways. Static cracked softly through the channel as she changed lanes hard enough for the phone mic to catch tire noise. Artemis spoke again. 1 ghost left. That landed. 1 false signal remained between my real location and anybody probing the court monitor feed. After that, I was just me again. Can you refresh the grid? Not without risking a hard violation notice to the court. Define hard. Immediate warrant alert. Great. Freedom had layers, most of them inconvenient. I turned onto Sinclair Avenue and killed my headlights just before an abandoned dry cleaner. The sedan drifted behind the building and stopped under a rusted loading awning. Rain hammered the roof loud enough to cover the engine ticking down. I got out with the DDM-4 in hand now. No more hiding. The street ahead bent left into the textile district. Brick buildings, broken windows, old mills converted into storage, then abandoned when storage became too expensive to pretend mattered. Riverbend kept its ruins close. Cindy's sedan came into view at the far end of the block. Headlights cutting rain. Fast, controlled. The black SUV followed 2 blocks behind. Too close now. They had stopped pretending. I moved across the alley mouth and took position behind a concrete loading pillar. Cindy, pass my position. Don't stop. Where are you? Left side. Old dry cleaner. Of course you are. Megan's voice came clearer now. Why is he at a dry cleaner with a rifle? Cindy didn't answer. Smart. The sedan flashed past 30 seconds later, tires hissing over wet pavement. Megan looked out the passenger window as they passed. I saw her face for half a second. Pale, angry, scared. alive. Good. The black SUV entered the block behind them. No headlights now. Professional mistake, or intentional intimidation. Either way, they were committed. I stepped out enough to bring the DDM-4 up, sight settling on the SUV's front tire line. Not driver, not passenger. Tires stop vehicles. Bodies escalate narratives. One controlled shot cracked through the rain. Suppressed, 0.300. Blackout doesn't sound like movies. It doesn't whisper. It coughs hard enough to make the night notice, but not loud enough to announce itself 3 blocks away. The front driver's side tire blew apart. The SUV lurched immediately, hydroplaned across the wet lane, and slammed sideways into the curb hard enough to send sparks from the undercarriage. Good. No roll. No civilian impact. Controlled. Mostly. I moved before the vehicle settled. Second shot into the rear tire. The SUV sagged and stopped half-angled across Sinclair. Doors did not open. That worried me. Men surprised by gunfire move wrong. Men expecting contact wait. I shifted behind the concrete pillar again. Rain kept falling. Streetlights flickered. The SUV sat dead in the road like a black animal deciding whether to show teeth. Cindy's voice came in tight. "Was that you?" "No." "Marty?" "Yes." "Are they down?" "Vehicle disabled. Occupants unknown." Artemis cut in. "Police scanners just lit up." "Expected?" "Your last ghost signal collapsed." Of course it did. The leash was real again. The SUV's rear passenger door opened slowly. Too slowly. A hand emerged first. Empty. Then a man stepped out. Black jacket. No visible weapon. No panic. He stood in the rain beside the disabled vehicle and looked directly toward my position. Not searching. Knowing. That was the part that froze the moment. He raised both hands slightly. Not surrender. Presentation. Then he reached into his jacket. I centered the optic on his chest. "Don't." He stopped. Smiled faintly. Then removed a phone and placed it on the roof of the SUV. The screen lit. Even from distance, I saw the text. M. Keller. My phone buzzed in my pocket 1 second later. Same timing. Same control. I didn't answer immediately. The man beside the SUV didn't move. Rain ran down his face like none of this bothered him. Cindy's voice broke through the earpiece. "Marty, what's happening?" I watched the man in the street, then pulled my phone out. Unknown number. No header. No trace. I answered. No one spoke at first. Just breath. Then a voice came through. Female. Older. Controlled. Clean. The same kind of voice that doesn't need volume because rooms adjust around it. "Mr. Keller." I didn't respond. The woman continued. "You wanted the world to see Meridian." Rain struck the pavement harder around me. The man beside the SUV kept smiling faintly. The woman's voice stayed calm. "Now the world is watching you." The line went dead. The man by the SUV lowered his hands, stepped back into the rain, and waited beside the ruined vehicle like the next move had never belonged to me at all. Chapter 22. Case file. Riverbend, Pennsylvania. November 7th, 2026. The rain kept falling after the call ended. That's what stayed with me later. Not the voice. Not the threat. Not even the fact Meridian had reached directly into the street and touched the conversation personally for the first time. The rain. Steady. Cold. Uninterested. Like Riverbend itself had already seen too much to care who survived another night. The unknown man beside the disabled SUV never moved for several seconds after the line disconnected. Neither did I. The DDM-4 stayed trained center mass through the optic while water rolled off the suppressor and dripped steadily against the pavement below. Distance, roughly 30 yards. Easy shot. Too easy, which meant this wasn't an ambush. It was theater. Meridian was good at theater. The man finally took one slow step backward with his hand still visible. Non-threatening posture. Calculated. He wanted me thinking. Professional courier, not operator. Which probably meant he was both. Cindy's voice crackled hard through the earpiece. "Marty! Still here. What happened?" I kept my eyes locked on the man near the SUV. They called. Silence. Then, "Who?" "Meridian." That changed the air immediately. Even through comms, I could hear Cindy processing it, not intellectually, operationally, because once systems like Meridian stop hiding behind intermediaries and start speaking directly, the war changes again. Artemis cut into the channel. "You need to leave." "No." "Marty." "No." The man near the SUV slowly reached into his coat again. I tightened pressure against the rifle grip immediately. "Careful." He stopped, then withdrew a white envelope. Same clean white stock as Pier 14. Of course. He held it up visibly before placing it on the hood of the disabled SUV, then stepped back. No rush. No fear. That bothered me more than a weapon would have, because armed men panic under optics. True believers don't. The rain softened briefly, leaving the entire textile block drowned in the hum of distant traffic and water dripping from broken industrial gutters overhead. I moved slowly from behind the concrete pillar. "Don't," Cindy warned immediately. "I'm not engaging." That's exactly what people say before engaging. Fair. I crossed the wet pavement carefully, rifle still raised. The man never flinched. Not once. Up close, he looked younger than I expected. Mid-30s maybe. Military posture buried underneath civilian clothing. Clean shave. No visible insignias. Professional anonymity. When I reached the SUV, the smell of burnt rubber and hot metal still hung thick around the disabled vehicle. The envelope sat alone on the hood beneath rainwater and shattered glass. No name this time. Interesting. I picked it up carefully. The man finally spoke. "You're forcing movement too early." His voice matched the woman's cadence from the phone. Controlled, emotionless, educated. Not criminal. Institutional. I kept the rifle angled toward him. "Who are you?" That's becoming less important. Bad answer. Expected answer. I opened the envelope one-handed carefully. Inside, 3 photographs. The first, Port Calusa, Pier 7, before the fire. The second, a federal logistics meeting room in Washington. The third, Megan Davis leaving County General 2 nights earlier. I felt something cold settle into my chest. Not fear, recognition. Meridian wasn't threatening randomly. It was mapping pressure. The man watched my expression carefully. "You still think visibility only hurts us?" I looked back up slowly. "You followed a federal agent through Riverbend to hand me photographs." "No," he replied calmly. "We followed the variables connected to you." That wording mattered. Variables. Not enemies. Not targets. Systems, language. The same language Artemis used sometimes when he got too deep into operational thinking. That realization bothered me immediately. "You're not Meridian," I said. The faintest smile touched the corner of his mouth. Everyone keeps asking the wrong question. Same phrase as before. Same philosophy. The city suddenly felt much larger around us. Not because Meridian was everywhere, because Meridian had infected language itself. Structures, continuity, variables, visibility. People stop sounding human after enough years inside systems like this. The man gestured lightly toward the photographs. You expose enough pressure points, eventually infrastructure destabilizes. That's the point. No, he said quietly. That's the fantasy. I kept the rifle steady. The rain started hard again. Thunder somewhere upriver. People die during destabilization, Mr. Keller. They already are. Not at this scale. There it was. Not denial. Warning. That's what made Meridian terrifying. It didn't see morality. Only continuity cost. The earpiece crackled again. Artemis this time. Marty, local units are 6 minutes out. The man heard enough through my expression to understand. Interesting. Very interesting. You should leave, he said calmly. You first. He looked toward the disabled SUV briefly. Vehicle's expendable. Of course it was. Everything visible had become expendable now. Ports, companies, routes, vehicles. The deeper architecture remained hidden underneath. I lowered the rifle half an inch. Not trust, assessment. Why contact me directly? The man looked almost disappointed by the question. Because you still think this ends with exposure. And you don't. No, he said quietly. We think it begins there. That landed harder than anything else tonight, because deep down, I already feared he might be right. The man stepped backward toward the passenger side of the SUV. No sudden movements, no aggression, just controlled retreat. Then, you should ask yourself something, Mr. Keller. What? If governments, ports, banks, insurers, and agencies all depended on pieces of Meridian. He paused while rain rolled off the ruined hood between us. What happens when they realize removing it completely may hurt them more than protecting it? The question stayed hanging in the rain. No answer. No threat. Just pressure. Then headlights appeared at the far end of the textile district. Police. The man saw them too. So, this is the part where you disappear, I asked. No. He opened the SUV rear door slowly. This is the part where you become useful. Then he climbed back inside the disabled vehicle and shut the door behind him. No engine restart, no escape attempt, nothing. Just stillness. Police sirens grew louder. Cindy's sedan turned back onto the block at the far intersection, despite every instruction I gave her earlier. Also expected. I stared at the SUV one more second, before backing away slowly with the DDM-4 still raised. The envelope and photograph stayed in my coat pocket. Evidence, leverage, communication. Whatever Meridian wanted this to become, it wasn't random anymore. The police lights reached the block seconds later, flooding Sinclair Avenue in violent red and blue reflections, while the rain kept falling over Riverbend, like the city itself was trying to wash something away. Too late for that now. Chapter 23. Case file. Riverbend, Pennsylvania, November 7th, 2026. Police destroy scenes by existing inside them. Not because they're incompetent. Because police procedure is built around containment, and containment changes behavior the second uniforms arrive. By the time Riverbend patrol units flooded Sinclair Avenue, the moment was already gone. The black SUV still sat, crippled across the wet street, with both front tires shredded and steam rolling faintly from beneath the hood. Red and blue lights washed over the rain-soaked brick buildings, while officers spilled from cruisers shouting commands into a scene nobody there actually understood. Hands! Let me see your hands! I lowered the DDM-4 slowly and stepped backward into the flood of cruiser lights. The man inside the SUV never moved. That bothered me most. No escape attempt, no panic, no urgency, just stillness. Cindy's sedan stopped hard near the intersection, and she exited immediately with Megan close behind her beneath the rain. The second Cindy saw the rifle in my hands, her expression tightened. Not surprise, calculation. How bad? I kept my eyes on the SUV. They wanted conversation. That's not an answer. It's the only one I've got right now. A Riverbend patrol officer recognized me 3 seconds later and immediately regretted it. Keller? Another officer looked between me, the rifle, the disabled SUV, and the growing federal response vehicles arriving behind the local units. Nobody knew jurisdiction anymore. That's what institutional fractures look like in real time. The first patrol sergeant on scene approached carefully. What the hell happened here? Before I could answer, Cindy flashed credentials. Federal Review Operation. Restricted scene. The sergeant looked unconvinced. Restricted by who? Good question. Nobody answered immediately. Because that answer changed hourly now. The sergeant's radio erupted with overlapping chatter. Courthouse updates, media movement, downtown demonstrations starting near Justice Way, harborfront protest activity. Visibility spreading outward, exactly like Meridian predicted. I looked toward the SUV again. Still no movement. Rain hammered the roof hard enough to distort the flashing lights into fractured color across the vehicle windows. The sergeant pointed toward the rifle. Set it down. No. That escalated the tension instantly. Hands tightened near holsters. Patrol officers repositioned. Cindy stepped between us before the situation collapsed into stupidity. He's under federal protection review. The sergeant blinked. That's not a thing. It is tonight. Honestly. She sounded exhausted enough that people believed her automatically. Megan stood behind Cindy beneath the rain, soaked through now, staring toward the SUV with the same expression medical staff get when they realize the injury underneath the surface is worse than initially reported. She looked at me carefully. Marty. I turned slightly toward her. You okay? That depends, she said quietly. Are armed men following federal agents through Riverbend normal now? No. Tiny pause. Good. The SUV passenger door finally opened. Every officer on scene raised weapons immediately. The man stepped out slowly with empty hands visible again. Same calm posture. Same detached expression. One patrol officer shouted, "On the ground!" The man ignored him completely and looked directly at me instead. That changed the entire scene. Because suddenly every officer there realized this wasn't random. The man spoke calmly over the rain. Mr. Keller. The patrol sergeant moved forward aggressively. I said on the ground. Still ignored. The man's eyes never left mine. You're accelerating the collapse faster than anticipated. That line hit Cindy hard. I saw it immediately. Because this wasn't intimidation language, it was systems language. Meridian didn't view exposure as moral failure. It viewed it as destabilization math. The sergeant grabbed the man violently and forced him against the SUV hood. Finally, the stranger reacted emotionally. Not anger, disappointment. Interesting. You're making this public unnecessarily, he said calmly, while officers restrained him. The sergeant looked at me like I somehow caused the weather. You know this guy? No. The man answered at the same time. Yes. That complicated things. Patrol officers secured his wrists while another searched the vehicle. Empty. No registration. No identifying documents. No weapons. Professional ghost architecture again. The officer searching the SUV looked confused. Vehicle's clean. Of course it was. The stranger looked toward me one final time while rain poured down the side of his face. You still don't understand the danger? I stepped closer despite Cindy's visible irritation. Then explain it. The man studied me carefully. Then, you think visibility creates accountability? It does. No, he replied quietly. It creates reaction. That sentence stayed with the entire block. Even the cops felt it. because everybody there could already see it happening. Ports freezing, markets crashing, agencies panicking, protests forming, governments scrambling. Visibility destabilizes everything equally at first. The question becomes, who adapts fastest afterward? The patrol sergeant shoved the man toward a cruiser. "You can explain all that downtown." The stranger didn't resist, didn't care enough to. Before entering the back seat, he looked toward Megan briefly, too briefly for most people to notice. I noticed. So did Cindy. That chilled me more than the phone call, because it meant Megan wasn't theoretical leverage anymore. She was confirmed leverage. Cindy moved closer immediately once the cruiser door slammed shut. "You saw that?" "Yes. That's bad. Very." The rain eased slightly around us while more federal vehicles rolled into the textile district. DHS, FBI, State Police, jurisdictional collapse in vehicle form. One of the DHS supervisors exited an SUV, already shouting into his phone before he even reached the scene. Too late. Way too late. The machine had already stepped into the street publicly tonight. That changes things permanently. The patrol sergeant approached again. "You're coming downtown for statements?" "No," Cindy answered immediately. "Yes," the sergeant replied. And there it was. Institutional collision. Local authority. Federal authority. Meridian pressure. Public exposure. Everybody pulling in different directions now. The exact kind of fragmentation Meridian survives best inside. I looked toward the back of the patrol cruiser, where the stranger now sat, motionless behind rain-covered glass. Watching. Still watching. Then Artemis's voice crackled softly through the earpiece. "Marty." "Yeah." "You need to get off the street." Something in his tone changed everything immediately. "What happened?" A beat passed. Then, "The fourth leak just triggered." And somewhere across Riverbend, sirens started multiplying. Chapter 24. Case file, Riverbend, Pennsylvania, November 7th, 2026. The fourth leak didn't hit the news first. It hit emergency systems. That's how I knew Artemis escalated. Not another controlled release. Not another pressure wave aimed at ports or offshore accounts. This one struck infrastructure directly. The moment Artemis said the leak triggered, every police radio near Sinclair Avenue erupted simultaneously. Overlapping dispatch chatter, officers talking over one another, county units requesting clarification that never came. The patrol sergeant grabbed his shoulder mic immediately. "Dispatch, repeat traffic." Static answered first. Then, "Multiple municipal system failures reported downtown." Another voice cut across it. "Traffic grid malfunction near Justice and Monroe." Then another. "Financial records breach confirmed." And finally, state requesting immediate coordination with federal cyber response. The rain kept falling while the entire scene around the textile district shifted from contained police response into widening institutional panic. I looked toward Cindy. "That's not ports?" "No," she said quietly. "That's Riverbend." "Exactly." Artemis's voice returned through the earpiece. "They tried to isolate the federal interference files during the blackout. You recovered them?" "No." Tiny pause. "I released them." That landed hard enough I stopped moving for half a second. Not because it surprised me, because of timing. "Publicly?" "Yes." The patrol cruiser holding the Meridian courier suddenly became irrelevant compared to the city itself. The fourth leak wasn't about hidden infrastructure anymore. It was about institutional participation. The final barrier had broken. A younger patrol officer near the barricade looked down at his phone and muttered, "Oh my God." That phrase started spreading across the scene almost physically. Phones out, screens glowing, faces changing, visibility becoming comprehension. The patrol sergeant barked toward his officers. "Get off your damn phones!" Nobody listened, because once people think the system itself might be compromised, authority weakens fast. Cindy stepped closer beside me. What exactly did Artemis release? I already knew the answer before she finished asking. Federal communications, delay requests, internal coordination language, protected routing approvals. Proof not that Meridian controlled everything. Proof that institutions protected continuity when exposure threatened stability. That distinction changes history. The television crews arrived less than 4 minutes later. Fast. Too fast. Media vans flooded the outer perimeter, while reporters ran through rain carrying phones instead of camera rigs, now because the internet had already outrun broadcast schedules. The world was seeing it live. One of the reporters shouted before even reaching the barricade, "Federal authorization memos just leaked online." Another, "DHS internal communications are circulating publicly." And another, "Congressional leaders are demanding resignations." There it was, the real damage. Not crime exposure, confidence collapse. The patrol sergeant looked like he wanted to physically arrest the entire night. "You people brought a damn war into my city." "No," I said quietly. "The war was already here." He didn't argue, because deep down, everybody standing in the rain tonight finally understood that. The DHS supervisor stormed toward Cindy holding a phone in one hand. "What did Bozeman release?" Cindy didn't blink. "I don't know." Lie. Good lie. The supervisor shoved the screen toward her anyway. Leaked federal communications filled the display. Redacted headers. Internal routing language. Interagency delay requests. And one sentence highlighted across multiple news sites already. Recommend temporary suppression of active review until economic stability risks can be assessed. There it was. Not corruption exactly. Something worse. Institutional self-preservation. The supervisor looked physically sick. "Jesus Christ." "No," I muttered quietly. "Accountability." He heard me anyway, and hated that I was right. The patrol cruiser holding the Meridian courier suddenly opened. That snapped every weapon back toward the vehicle immediately. The stranger stepped out slowly, uncuffed. Nobody touched him. Interesting. Very interesting. The patrol sergeant looked furious. "What the hell are you doing?" One of the state police officers answered nervously. "Orders came through." "From who?" Nobody answered, because nobody knew anymore. The stranger adjusted his rain-soaked jacket calmly while chaos unfolded around the block. Reporters shouting, dispatch, screaming, federal phones ringing, downtown sirens multiplying. Then he looked directly at me again. "You see it now." I stepped toward him instinctively. "See what?" "The dependency." That word hit harder than threat language ever could. Dependency. Ports depended on Meridian movement. Banks depended on Meridian continuity. Governments depended on uninterrupted logistics stability. Even exposure itself now depended on systems capable of surviving the reaction. The stranger gestured lightly toward the growing media perimeter. "You thought the danger was secrecy." Another siren screamed somewhere deeper downtown. Then another. The stranger's expression never changed. "The danger," he said quietly, "is what happens after people believe you." That line settled into the rain like poison, because he wasn't entirely wrong. Already tonight, protests were forming, markets were collapsing, agencies were fragmenting, emergency systems were failing under pressure. Visibility creates instability before it creates reform. That's the cost nobody wants to admit. My phone vibrated hard inside the peacoat pocket. Unknown number again. I answered immediately this time. "Artemis, you need to leave now." "What happened?" "They traced the release origin." Cold settled straight through me. You. No, Artemis replied. The safe house. The world narrowed instantly. Cindy saw it happen on my face. What? I looked toward her slowly. They found Safe House 3. At almost the exact same moment, a dull orange glow appeared above the Riverbend skyline several blocks west. Then came the sound. Not thunder. Explosion. Deep enough to shake windows along Sinclair Avenue. Everybody on the block turned toward the distant glow rising into the November rain. The stranger beside the cruiser watched it calmly. Too calmly. And for the first time since this started. I realized Meridian wasn't just reacting to exposure anymore. It was beginning to shape the aftermath. Chapter 25. Case file, Riverbend, Pennsylvania, November 7th, 2026. The explosion rolled across Riverbend like distant artillery, not loud enough to shatter windows at Sinclair. Loud enough to make the city stop breathing for half a second. Every officer on scene turned toward the orange glow rising beyond the warehouse district, while emergency radios immediately erupted into overlapping chaos. Possible structure fire. Units responding westbound. Federal property involvement unconfirmed. Secondary explosions reported. Safe House 3. Or what used to be Safe House 3. Rain carried the smoke plume sideways across the skyline, while red and blue lights reflected endlessly against wet brick and standing water around the textile district. The Meridian courier watched the distant fire with the expression of a man observing weather. No satisfaction. No concern. Just confirmation. Cindy looked at me sharply. Artemis, still inside? I already had the phone against my ear. Artemis. Static crackled. Then, I'm mobile. Relief hit hard enough to irritate me. You injured? No. Where are you? Moving. Of course he was. Even now, Artemis refused fixed positions like they were emotional commitments. What happened? They found the safe house approximately 4 minutes after the release propagated through federal routing systems. Meaning, someone inside the infrastructure reacted immediately. Not eventually. Immediately. That mattered. A lot. I looked toward the distant smoke again. Car bomb? No, Artemis answered. Precision incendiary. Professional. Controlled. Targeted. Meridian wasn't trying to level the block. It was destroying continuity infrastructure, the same way it burned Pier 7. Pattern repeating. Cindy stepped closer beneath the rain. What's he saying? They hit the safe house. No kidding. Another explosion sounded faintly in the distance, smaller this time. Electrical transformer maybe. Or evidence destruction. Hard to tell anymore. The patrol sergeant nearby shouted into his radio for downtown response coordination, while reporters abandoned the Sinclair perimeter almost immediately to chase the skyline fire. Visibility follows movement. Always. The stranger beside the cruiser finally looked toward me again. You still think this ends with exposure? I stepped toward him before Cindy could stop me. No, I said quietly. I think it starts there. For the first time all night, he smiled slightly, not mocking, not impressed. Recognizing. That bothered me more than threats would have. You're learning, he said. The patrol sergeant looked between us like he'd accidentally walked into the middle of a language nobody else spoke. You two know each other, or not? The stranger answered before I could. We understand each other. Worse answer. Much worse. A state police lieutenant pushed through the growing scene chaos carrying a phone and looking furious enough to arrest gravity itself. Federal command wants everybody downtown now. Of course they did. Safe House 3 wasn't just a hidden location anymore. It was now. A fire scene, a leak origin point, a federal embarrassment, and potential terrorism headline material. Narratives evolving by the minute. The lieutenant pointed toward me immediately. Him too. Cindy stepped in front of that idea fast. No, he's attached to the operation. He's attached to conditional bond. The lieutenant looked like his blood pressure might legally qualify as a weapon. Lady, the governor's office is calling now. That changed the air again. State-level panic. Good. The larger the reaction became, the harder Meridian's existence became to bury afterward. But the larger the reaction became, the more unstable everything else got too. That was the balance now. Artemis's voice returned quietly through the phone. They're fragmenting. Who? Everybody. I looked around Sinclair Avenue. Local police arguing with federal supervisors, media abandoning scenes mid-broadcast, state officers receiving contradictory orders through dispatch, institutional fracture. The fourth leak had done exactly what Meridian feared most. It forced systems to see each other publicly. And systems hate visibility almost as much as Meridian does. Artemis continued, I need 6 hours. For what? To survive what comes next. Honest answer again, which meant things were worse than he was saying aloud. Where are you going? Silence. Then, the places Meridian forgot to erase. The line disconnected. I stared at the dead phone screen for a second too long. Cindy noticed immediately. That bad? Yes. She glanced toward the skyline fire again. You think they're escalating because they're losing? No. That answer came too fast, because deep down I understood something now I hadn't fully accepted before. Meridian didn't fear exposure alone. It feared uncontrolled exposure. There's a difference. A controlled scandal gets managed, contained, politically absorbed. Uncontrolled visibility spreads unpredictably through institutions. That's what Artemis created. And Meridian was trying to shape the fallout before it consumed infrastructure they still needed operational. The stranger beside the cruiser spoke again quietly. You should ask yourself something, Mr. Keller. I looked toward him. What? When this reaches the point where governments must choose between stability and accountability. He paused while rain rolled down the cruiser windows behind him. Which do you think survives? No answer came immediately, because everybody already knew. Stability usually wins. That's how systems endure. The lieutenant suddenly pointed toward the stranger. Who the hell is this guy? Nobody answered. Interesting again. No database hits. No federal acknowledgement. No local identification. Ghost. The stranger looked toward the skyline one final time, then toward me. You've made Meridian visible. His eyes settled hard on mine now. The next phase is determining whether visibility changes anything. That line stayed with me, because underneath all the chaos, that was the real question now. Not whether Meridian existed, not whether institutions protected it, whether the world actually cared enough to force change once it understood the cost. Downtown sirens multiplied across Riverbend, while smoke climbed into the November rain, and somewhere beneath the city. The machine kept moving anyway. Chapter 26. Case File. Riverbend, Pennsylvania, November 7th, 2026. By the time we reached downtown, Riverbend looked like a city waiting for a hurricane that already made landfall. Traffic backed up for blocks around Justice Way. Media vans stacked bumper to bumper beneath flashing emergency lights. State police barricades redirected civilians away from the courthouse district, while helicopters circled low enough overhead to shake rainwater loose from old brick rooftops. Every screen and every storefront window carried the same thing. Meridian. Not speculation anymore. Not whispers. Not conspiracy forums. National broadcasts, senators, federal resignations, shipping freezes, leaked communications. Visibility had crossed the point of containment, and now the institutions were trying desperately to figure out whether they could survive the reaction. The 132nd Precinct command floor looked worse. Too many people, too many agencies, too many phones ringing unanswered. The entire second floor had transformed into a temporary interagency coordination center held together by caffeine, panic, and failing procedure. FBI, DHS, Treasury, state investigators, Riverbend detectives, everybody talking, nobody aligned. That's what Meridian wanted now. Fragmentation. Cindy pushed through the chaos ahead of me, while local officers and federal personnel kept stopping mid-conversation the second they recognized my face. Recognition again. Only now it carried something different, not suspicion. Gravity. The man attached to the leaks, the hearings, the collapse. Dangerous role to occupy. Dennis Halpern intercepted us near the homicide bullpen, holding 2 paper cups of coffee and looking like he'd aged 5 years since sunrise. You picked a hell of a week to become famous. I was aiming for quieter. He handed me coffee anyway. Black. Terrible. Perfect. Halpern lowered his voice immediately. The governor's office called twice. About you, of course. Collins? Locked himself in conference room 3 with 2 DOJ liaisons and a migraine. Good. The command floor television screens rotated through overlapping disaster coverage. Safe House 3, burning, Port Calusa audits, emergency Senate hearings, financial market drops, protest crowds gathering outside federal buildings. One screen displayed leaked federal memos in giant text across the broadcast. Another carried a phrase that made the room feel colder immediately. Potential domestic infrastructure. Compromise. There it was. The shift. Not criminal organization anymore. Infrastructure risk. That changes government behavior fast. A Treasury analyst rushed past carrying printed financial freeze orders, while 2 FBI supervisors argued near a tactical map of Riverbend that now included Harborfront, Sinclair, Safe House 3, County General, Pier 14. The whole city turning into one connected case board. Exactly what Meridian spent 12 months trying to prevent. Halpern glanced toward the windows overlooking Monroe. You know there are protesters outside now. Against who? That's the problem. No unified target. Some blamed federal corruption. Some blamed corporations. Some blamed law enforcement. Some blamed the leaks themselves. Visibility fractures people before it unites them. The Meridian courier sat handcuffed now inside a reinforced interview room at the far end of the floor, behind 2 state troopers and a federal observer who looked deeply uncomfortable being near him. Interesting. Very interesting. I pointed subtly toward the room. He talking? No. Name? Nothing. Prince? Halpern gave a tired laugh. Apparently your mystery friend barely exists. Professional ghost architecture again. No records. No prior arrests. No military hits. No federal trace. Either Meridian built identities deeper than expected, or institutions were erasing them in real time. Cindy moved toward one of the operational tables, where agents tracked the spread of the 4th leak online. It looked less like an investigation and more like a wildfire map. Red propagation markers spreading across. News networks, encrypted forums, financial media, international outlets. Artemis built distribution architecture exactly the way Meridian built logistics architecture. Redundant. Layered. Self-propagating. One of the cyber analysts looked up at Cindy. We can't contain it. No kidding. It mirrored through offshore press archives before federal takedown requests even processed. That got my attention. Mirror releases. Artemis expected suppression attempts. Of course he did. The analyst continued nervously. Every time we pull one node down, 3 more appear. Exactly like Meridian shipping continuity. Adaptation through redundancy. The irony would have been funny if the city wasn't halfway to institutional collapse. A nearby television switched suddenly to live footage outside the Capitol. Crowds growing, press lines expanding, federal spokespeople refusing questions. Then, breaking news banner. Multiple senators request independent Meridian Oversight Commission. The command floor got quieter for half a second, because that made it real. Not politically survivable, not quietly manageable. Official. Halpern stared at the screen. Jesus Christ. No, I said quietly. This is their pressure. He looked at me carefully. You still think this works? I looked around the command floor. Exhausted agents, fractured authority, overlapping jurisdictions. Panic disguised as procedure. Then toward the television showing the smoke still rising from Safe House 3. Yes, I said, but I think it gets worse first. Nobody argued, because deep down everybody already knew that too. One of the FBI supervisors suddenly shouted from across the room. We just lost municipal traffic coordination downtown. Heads turned instantly. Another voice. Financial servers at Riverbend First National just locked external access. Another. State systems are requesting federal continuity support. There it was, the consequence Meridian warned about. Visibility destabilizing dependency chains faster than institutions could compensate. Cindy looked toward me sharply across the room. They're pulling support structures inward. Yes. Meaning Meridian's forcing governments to protect continuity instead of chasing exposure. That's the trap. If systems panic hard enough, accountability becomes secondary to restoring stability. The exact outcome Meridian wanted. A young DHS analyst approached holding a tablet with visibly shaking hands. You need to see this. He handed it toward Cindy first, then toward me. Live Financial Intelligence Feed. 3 words highlighted in red. International shipping halts. That changed everything. Not locally, globally. The room seemed to understand it collectively at once. Trade disruptions mean shortages, market panic, political pressure, international intervention. Too much instability too fast, and governments stop asking, who caused this? And start asking, how do we stop it? That's where Meridian regains leverage, not through secrecy, through necessity. The Meridian courier finally looked up from inside the reinforced room at the far end of the floor. Even from across the bullpen, I could see the faint calm in his expression. He already knew. The machine was bleeding. But now the world had to decide whether stopping the bleeding might kill the patient too. Chapter 27. Case File, Riverbend, Pennsylvania, November 8, 2026. The system reacted before sunrise, not Meridian. The other one? Government. That's the thing people forget. There isn't just one machine running underneath everything. There are layers, public ones, private ones, legal ones, criminal ones, corporate ones, political ones. Most days, they pretend not to touch. By dawn, they were all leaning on each other hard enough to creak. The 132nd Precinct command floor had stopped pretending it was a police station sometime around 4 in the morning. Nobody bothered taking down the homicide case boards. They just pushed them aside and taped logistics maps over dead men's photographs, like Riverbend had run out of wall space for tragedy. Phones rang without pause. Federal agents moved between desks carrying evidence boxes, laptops, and coffee that had gone cold before anyone drank it. State police stood near stairwells. DHS had taken over one conference room. Treasury occupied another. FBI Cyber had built a temporary island of cables and hard drives near the windows overlooking Monroe. Everyone looked important. Nobody looked in control. That was new. I sat at Halpern's desk because no one had told me where else to sit, and because Halpern had stopped arguing with impossible things sometime after the safe house exploded. Cindy stood near the main display wall, talking to two analysts, while one of them tried explaining why municipal traffic coordination had failed in 3 separate districts at the exact moment federal communications leaked online. He kept saying, "Coincidence." Nobody believed him. The television mounted above the bullpen carried Washington Live. Senators entering chambers, reporters shouting questions, a former DHS official using the phrase catastrophic oversight failure, like it had just been discovered in a policy manual. Across the bottom of the screen, Meridian investigation expands amid global shipping disruptions. There it was. Not alleged, not rumored. Investigation. Language evolves when denial starts costing too much. Halpern dropped a paper cup in front of me. Coffee. Black. Worse than county. I took it anyway. "You look like someone dragged you through the river," he said. "Close. You sleep?" "No." "Eat?" "Burger." "That explains why you're still alive." I took a sip and regretted it immediately. The precinct windows showed Riverbend under a dead gray morning. Rain had stopped, but the city still looked wet enough to drown in. Downtown streets were blocked in 3 places. Protesters were already gathering near Justice Way with signs nobody had agreed on yet. That part mattered. When people don't know who to blame, systems survive longer. Halpern leaned against the desk and lowered his voice. "Your courier's gone." I looked up. Define gone. Transferred. By who? That's the problem. Of course it was. The man from Sinclair. The one who stepped out of a disabled SUV like rain, police, and rifles were all just inconveniences. The one who knew Megan mattered before anyone should have. The one who looked at collapse like weather. Transferred. No name. No prints. No record. Now, no body in a room. Meridian didn't need escape attempts. It had paperwork. "When?" I asked. 20 minutes ago." "Who signed?" Halpern's face tightened. "State authorization. Federal override attached. Nobody downstairs remembers who physically took custody." That was almost funny. Almost. Security footage? Blank for 11 minutes. 12:47 had cousins. Same technique. Different timestamp. Cindy came over before I answered, tablet in one hand, phone in the other. "You heard? Courier vanished." "Not vanished," she said. "Reassigned." Same word Jessica Dawson used. Same language. That hit harder than it should have. Halpern noticed it. "What?" I looked toward the empty interview room at the end of the floor. "That's Meridian language." Cindy nodded once. "Exactly." The room around us kept moving, but everything felt sharper now. The missing courier wasn't the main event. He was a diagnostic, a test to see how much institutional control still belonged to anyone honest enough to use it. Answer. Less than they thought. A Treasury analyst shouted from the conference room, "Another freeze order just hit." Heads turned. "Who?" Cindy asked. "Hawthorne adjacent, not primary. Smaller account series through Lisbon and Dubai." Movement. Real movement. Meridian was burning outer layers. Not panicking. Contracting. I stood and moved toward the main map. Riverbend, Port Calusa, Cape Town, Lisbon, Dubai, Johannesburg. Red markers, yellow markers, black lines. Dotted routes where evidence suggested continuity, but couldn't prove movement yet. A machine becoming visible one fracture at a time. The problem was obvious. Every red marker was already old. "You're late," I said. The analyst looked offended. "What?" "All of this," I pointed toward the map, These accounts, these companies, these ports, they're already dead. Cindy stepped beside me. You think they cut them loose? I think they cut them loose before Artemis released the fourth packet. Halpern swore under his breath. The analyst shook his head. We're still seeing movement. No, I said. You're seeing disposal. That silenced the nearest part of the room. Good. People needed to understand the difference. Movement means function. Disposal means evidence management. Meridian wasn't trying to save Coderson. It wasn't trying to save Harborfront. It wasn't trying to save exposed port corridors or insurance shells. It was shedding skin. And everybody in the room was treating the skin like the body. Cindy stared at the map for a long second. Then where's the live layer? Good question. Wrong time. I don't know. That was the honest answer. The one nobody liked. The television volume climbed suddenly as someone near the bullpen remote turned it up. A senator stood inside a hearing chamber, reading from a printed copy of one of the leaked memos. Recommend temporary suppression of active review until economic stability risks can be assessed. The room got quiet enough to hear the old building settling in the walls. That sentence was everywhere now. Every screen, every headline, every political office trying to survive the morning. Economic stability risks. That was the phrase that would haunt them. Not because it was illegal by itself, because it said the quiet part in government language. We saw something. We waited. We protected continuity. Cindy's phone vibrated. She checked it, and her expression changed immediately. What? DOJ is forming a Meridian Review Task Group. Halpern gave a bitter laugh. Task Group? That'll scare them. No, I said. It won't. But it mattered. Not because task groups solve things, because they create records. Records create testimony. Testimony creates pressure. Pressure creates cracks. That was the fight now. Not catching Meridian in the act. Keeping the exposure alive long enough that institutions couldn't quietly bury it. Another analyst stepped into the bullpen, pale and holding a stack of printouts. Port Calusa just suspended all outgoing private freight pending audit. Cindy looked over. All? Private freight only. Commercial state-cleared routes remain open. Selective pressure. Interesting. Meridian would love that. Freeze the visible bad actors while preserving the broader system that quietly needed the same channels. Stability over accountability. Already happening. I looked back at the map. They're going to make this smaller. Cindy turned toward me. Who? Everyone. That answer settled across the space between us. Governments would make it a bad contractor problem. Corporations would make it rogue subsidiaries. Ports would make it record-keeping failures. Federal agencies would make it miscommunication. Meridian would let them, because a reduced scandal was survivable. A systemic reckoning wasn't. Halpern pushed away from the desk. So what do we do? Before I could answer, every phone on the command floor seemed to ring at once. Not literally, just close enough. The FBI supervisor near the windows answered first, listened, then looked toward Cindy. Federal courthouse in D.C. just evacuated. Another agent shouted from cyber. Financial media reporting emergency halt on 3 logistics funds. Treasury. Swiss authorities confirmed additional asset locks. Then DHS. Port Calusa fire scene reports missing evidence containers. There it was. The morning wave. Meridian hadn't stopped moving overnight. It had waited for institutions to wake up tired. Smart. Cruel. Effective. Cindy looked toward me. Marty! I knew what she was asking. Where does it go next? I looked at the map. Riverbend to Port Calusa. Port Calusa to Cape Town. Cape Town to Johannesburg. Johannesburg to finance. Finance to insurance. Insurance to federal hesitation. Federal hesitation to political survival. The machine wasn't one thing. It was dependency. And dependency doesn't disappear because the public finally sees it. Sometimes it becomes more valuable. I turned away from the map and looked toward the windows. Outside, Riverbend moved under gray November light. Police barricades, news vans, protesters, wet streets, people standing on sidewalks, staring at phones, and trying to decide what kind of world they had woken up inside. A requiem isn't just for the dead. Sometimes it's for the lie people needed in order to keep living comfortably. Halpern's desk phone rang. He answered, listened, then looked at me. His face changed. "What?" Cindy asked. Halpern lowered the receiver slowly. "Collins wants a meeting." I almost laughed. Almost. "Now?" "Now." Cindy's eyes narrowed. "Why?" Halpern looked toward the television, then the map, then me. "Because the manslaughter case just became politically radioactive." There it was, not justice. Pressure. The only language institutions speak fluently when survival enters the room. I picked up the bad coffee and took another sip. Still terrible. Still useful. "Tell Collins," I said quietly. "I'm done being contained." Halpern held my gaze, then nodded once. Outside the precinct, sirens started again. Not close, not far. Somewhere in the middle distance, where Riverbend kept all the things it wasn't ready to admit were connected. Chapter 28. Case File. Riverbend, Pennsylvania, November 8th, 2026. Robert Collins looked like he hadn't slept since the bond hearing. Good. The district attorney stood near the far window of conference room 3 with his suit jacket off, tie loosened, and 2 empty coffee cups sitting beside a stack of legal folders he clearly stopped reading an hour ago. The room itself had become another temporary war zone. Legal pads, federal subpoenas, shipping manifests, television muted in the corner. Courthouse blinds half closed against the media outside. Rainwater still streaked the windows overlooking Justice Way, where protesters and news crews crowded the courthouse perimeter beneath gray November skies. Visibility. Everywhere now. Halpern stayed outside the room after escorting me upstairs. Cindy entered with me, but stopped near the door instead of sitting. Smart. Nobody trusted rooms anymore. Collins turned when I walked in. For a second, neither of us spoke. That silence mattered, because 3 days ago he still believed he controlled this case. Now the case had swallowed the city around him. "You look terrible," I said. "You look armed." "Fair." He motioned toward the chair across from the conference table. "Sit down." "I'm comfortable standing." Collins stared at me another second before sitting himself. Exhaustion had stripped most of the political polish off him. He no longer looked like a man preparing press statements. He looked like a prosecutor trying to calculate whether the building underneath him was structurally sound. "That manslaughter charge is collapsing," he said finally. "Direct. Interesting. No hello." "I'm past hello, Marty." That part sounded honest. The muted television in the corner showed Senate hearings continuing beneath scrolling financial panic banners. One network had switched to split-screen coverage between Washington and Port Colusa, where federal seizure teams were still moving through harborfront-linked facilities. Too late. Most of the real infrastructure was already gone. Collins rubbed one hand hard across his face. "You know what the governor's office asked me this morning?" "No." "They asked whether your arrest triggered the leaks." That almost got me again. Almost. And I told them I don't know anymore. There it was. The first honest thing Robert Collins had said in months. Cindy stayed silent near the door, arms folded, watching both of us carefully. Collins leaned forward slightly. "I need you to understand something." Careful. That usually means bad decisions are coming. This isn't a joke. No, I replied quietly. That's becoming a theme. He ignored the comment. When this started, I thought you were reckless, emotionally compromised, too close to the violence, too willing to operate outside procedure. Still accurate. That's not the point. Collins opened one of the folders and slid several pages across the table. Federal communication printouts, oversight requests, judicial notices. One line highlighted in yellow. Review local prosecutorial actions for potential interference impact. I looked up slowly. Somebody wants your office investigated. Somebody wants every office investigated. Good. Collins leaned back in the chair. You know what scares me? I looked toward the muted television. Pick one. That the leaks are forcing institutions into survival mode. That answer surprised me enough to matter, because it was correct. Not accountability mode, not justice mode. Survival. That's what Meridian's counting on, I said quietly. Collins nodded once. Yeah. The room settled into heavy silence. Outside the courthouse windows, a crowd started chanting loud enough to bleed faintly through the glass. Not unified chants, fragmented ones. Arrest the corrupt. Protect the ports. No more cover-ups. Stop the leaks. There it was. The fracture, public pressure dividing in real time. Collins heard it too. That's the problem, he muttered. No, I corrected. That's the reality. He stood and walked toward the window. For the first time since December, Robert Collins looked small inside a room. Not physically, institutionally. Do you know how many businesses called City Hall this morning? He asked quietly. No. Hundreds. He looked back toward me. Freight companies, insurance brokers, import groups, medical suppliers, construction firms. Dependency. There was that word again. They're terrified, Collins continued, not of Meridian. That mattered. Then what? They're terrified the system underneath their businesses might stop moving. Exactly. That's the leverage Meridian always had. Not secrecy. Necessity. Cindy finally spoke from near the door. They built themselves too deep into continuity chains. Collins gave a tired nod. And now everybody's realizing removing them may hurt innocent systems too. The television suddenly unmuted itself when a newsroom switched to breaking coverage. All three of us looked over instinctively. The anchor's voice carried sharp urgency now. Multiple European shipping exchanges suspended trading this morning, following expanding exposure related to the Meridian investigation. The screen shifted to overseas footage, halted cargo terminals, grounded freight inspections, emergency financial meetings, global reaction accelerating. Collins stared at the screen like he wanted to physically turn the world off. This is getting bigger than any of us. No, I said quietly. It was always bigger. That landed, because it was true. The only thing changing now was visibility. Collins turned the television volume down again, then looked directly at me. I need to ask you something honestly. That's dangerous. Did Artemis Bozeman know this would happen? Careful question. Very careful. I thought about the dead man structures, mirrored releases, offshore continuity, ghost routing, the fourth leak detonating directly into federal infrastructure. Then answered honestly. I think Artemis knew systems protect themselves before they protect people. Collins absorbed that quietly. And you still trust him? Yes. That may become a problem. No, I replied. What becomes a problem is if he's the only person who prepared for this outcome. The room went silent again, because deep down Robert Collins understood that too. His office reacted. Meridian adapted. Washington panicked. Artemis prepared. That difference mattered more every hour. A knock sounded sharply against the conference room door. One of Collins's assistants stepped inside looking pale. "Sir." "What?" The assistant swallowed once. "DOJ just requested emergency jurisdiction review over all Meridian-related prosecutions." The room temperature seemed to drop instantly. Federal takeover. Or attempted takeover. Collins closed his eyes briefly. "There it is." Cindy straightened near the door. "They're trying to centralize control." "Of course they are," Collins muttered. "The moment things become unstable, institutions consolidate." Exactly like Meridian. Same survival instinct. Different logos. The assistant hesitated another second. "There's more." Nobody liked those words anymore. "What now?" Collins asked. The assistant looked directly at me. "Media found the safe house location." That hit differently, not because the safe house mattered anymore, because narratives do. The assistant continued nervously. "They're reporting it as the leak headquarters." Perfect. Meridian would love that framing. Reduce systemic exposure into rogue operators, hackers, reckless individuals. Smaller scandal. Cleaner containment. I stood slowly from the table. Collins looked toward me. "Where are you going?" "Nowhere," I said quietly. "I'm done letting other people define what this is." Outside the courthouse, the protest noise kept building, while television screens carried Meridian across the world in rolling headlines. The machine was retreating, but the narrative war had just begun. Chapter 29. Case file. Riverbend, Pennsylvania, November 8, 2026. By noon, people started blaming the leaks for the shortages. Not Meridian. The leaks. That was fast. Too fast. I stood in the darkened office above Monroe, while Riverbend moved below me in wet gray silence. The gold lettering on the frosted window. Marty Martin Private Investigations, LLC, looked faded now. Like the office belonged to someone who still believed cases had endings. The city outside sounded different today. No steady rhythm. No normal traffic flow. Interruptions, horns, sirens, helicopters, distant crowds near Justice Way, pressure leaking into the streets. The television sitting crooked in the corner carried continuous coverage without sound. Halted freight lines, market analysts, congressional hearings, fuel price spikes, crowds forming outside federal buildings. And underneath every screen, Meridian. Visible now. Visible enough that people had started needing someone to punish for seeing it. I lit a lucky strike for the first time in almost 2 months. That bothered me more than the cigarette. The smoke curled slowly through the office, while rainwater crawled down the outside windows facing Monroe Avenue. Below, Omar's coffee cart sat open again. Good. Some things still fought to remain normal. A knock sounded against the office door. I ignored it. Second knock. Then, "Marty." "Cindy." I unlocked the door without answering and let her step inside, carrying 2 paper bags and the exhaustion of an entire federal task force on her shoulders. "You're hiding." "No," I said quietly. "I'm localizing." "That's not a real sentence." "It is today." She shut the door behind her and looked around the office. Desk covered in files, evidence photos, shipping manifests, burner phones, empty coffee cups. My life reduced into paper trails and continuity maps. Cindy set one of the paper bags on the desk. Jerry sent food. That almost hurt emotionally. Burger? Cheeseburger. He still respects me. Debatable. I took the bag anyway. The food was cold. Still perfect. Cindy moved toward the window overlooking Monroe. Protest spread. How bad? Harborfront got hit first. Violent? No. That means yes later. She didn't argue, because it was true. Visibility escalates emotionally before it stabilizes intellectually. That's human nature. I sat heavily into the desk chair and unwrapped the burger, while the television silently showed another panel discussion about institutional corruption exposure. People always invent cleaner language for panic. Cindy looked toward the cigarette between my fingers. You started smoking again? November. That's not an explanation. It kind of is. She leaned against the filing cabinet. For a minute, neither of us spoke. The office creaked softly around us, while traffic moved below and helicopters circled somewhere over downtown. Finally, Cindy asked the question I'd been avoiding since morning. You regret it? There it was, the real chapter. Not leaks, not ports, not hearings. Cost. I looked toward the television. A reporter stood outside a grocery store interviewing civilians about delayed shipments and supply uncertainty. Another screen showed analysts discussing international trade slowdowns tied to emergency freight reviews. People looked scared, not of Meridian, of interruption. I took another drag from the cigarette slowly. I don't know. Honest answer. Worst kind. Cindy stayed quiet. Good again. Most people rush to fill silence because they're terrified what truth sounds like before it gets shaped. Outside, Monroe traffic suddenly stopped completely. Both of us looked toward the window. 3 blocks down, protesters. Maybe 40 people moving through the intersection carrying signs and shouting at nobody specific. Stop the cover-ups. No more leaks. Protect local jobs. Expose Meridian. There it was. The fracture. Nobody agreed what the problem actually was anymore. Cindy watched the crowd carefully. They're splitting already. Yes. That fast? Fear moves faster than facts. The chant volume drifted upward through the office windows. Some angry, some frightened, some confused. Most people don't know what accountability actually costs until systems they depend on start shaking. That's the trap Meridian warned about. I hated that they were partially right. Cindy sat across from me finally. You know what DOJ's discussing right now? Probably how to arrest me twice. No. She slid a folder across the desk. Emergency continuity review language, transportation stabilization proposals, temporary oversight exemptions. I scanned the pages slowly, then stopped. Jesus. Yeah. One section highlighted. Recommend controlled reintegration of essential logistics networks, regardless of ongoing Meridian review status. There it was, the beginning. Not destroy Meridian. Manage around it. I leaned back in the chair slowly. They're already preparing to preserve pieces. Cindy nodded grimly. They're scared the entire shipping architecture destabilizes if they hit too hard. Which meant Meridian's leverage was proving real, not through blackmail, not through assassinations, dependency. The office suddenly felt colder, because for the first time since December, I started wondering if exposing the machine and stopping the machine were two completely different things. Cindy watched me carefully across the desk. You're thinking too much. That's usually how the story works. You're not a story character. I looked around the office. Cigarette smoke, rain-covered windows, cold burger, broken city outside, investigations consuming governments. Agree to disagree. That actually got the faintest smile out of her. Small, tired, gone quickly. Then she became serious again. The media narrative's shifting. I know. They're starting to frame the leaks as destabilization. Because destabilization's visible, and Meridian isn't. Exactly. That's the danger now. People don't fear hidden systems nearly as much as they fear interrupted comfort. A siren wailed below the office, then another. The crowd on Monroe had grown larger. I stood slowly and moved back toward the window. Riverbend looked restless now, awake in the wrong way. Like the city itself couldn't decide whether it wanted truth or normalcy more. My office phone rang suddenly. Not the cell phone, not a burner. The office line. Old number. Few people still used it. Cindy looked toward it immediately. So don't answer that. I stared at the phone while it rang again. Then again. The old mechanical sound felt strange after weeks of encrypted devices and burner chatter. Finally, I picked it up. Yeah. Static. Then a familiar voice. Artemis. You need to stop watching television. No hello. Do you want one? Not particularly. Good. Still Artemis. His voice sounded distant, moving, like he was speaking from somewhere large and empty. I need you focused, he said quietly. On what? November isn't the exposure phase anymore. I looked out the office window toward the fractured streets of Riverbend. Then what phase is it? A pause. Then, containment. The line went dead. And somehow, that answer scared me more than the leaks ever had. Chapter 30. Case file, Riverbend, Pennsylvania, November 9th, 2026. The counterattack started at 8:12 a.m., right on schedule. Systems don't stay defensive forever. Eventually, they stabilize enough to begin rewriting the narrative around the damage. By morning, every major network had shifted tone. Not dramatically, professionally. That's how you know it's coordinated. The language changed first. Whistleblower disclosures became unauthorized leaks. Institutional exposure became infrastructure compromise. Meridian-linked systems became unverified continuity allegations. Tiny changes, massive implications. I watched it happen from the office above Monroe, while cold coffee sat untouched on the desk beside yesterday's burger wrapper and a growing pile of newspapers that all somehow managed to tell different versions of the same collapse. The television volume stayed low. Didn't matter. You could still hear the fear underneath the anchors now. Not fear of Meridian, fear of instability. That's the pivot. A financial analyst appeared on screen explaining how reckless disclosure events had triggered shipping delays, emergency commodity spikes, insurance freezes, labor uncertainty. Not one mention of why the disclosures happened. Just consequences. Classic containment strategy. Cindy sat on the corner of the desk, reading through overnight DOJ briefing summaries, while I stood near the window, smoking another lucky strike. I shouldn't have been smoking. That's the third network this morning, she muttered. They coordinated overnight. Think federal? No. I watched Monroe Avenue below. Think survival. That's more dangerous. Because once institutions stop protecting truth and start protecting stability, everybody becomes negotiable. Outside, Riverbend looked tired. News vans still lined sections of downtown, but the energy had changed now. Protesters were smaller groups this morning. Less outrage, more anxiety. People had gone home and checked their bank accounts, looked at supply chain alerts, heard businesses discussing shipment uncertainty. Reality always slows revolutions. The office phone rang again. Old line, Artemis still refusing burner consistency. I answered immediately. You alive? For the moment, comforting. Not intended to be. His voice carried the same distant echo as last night. Big room again. Concrete maybe. Hard surfaces. Still somewhere inside Riverbend. I was sure of that now. What happened overnight? I asked. They regrouped. No kidding. I'm not talking about Meridian. That landed. I looked toward Cindy immediately. She saw it too. Artemis continued. Federal agencies established provisional continuity coordination at approximately 2:40 a.m. Translation. The government stopped focusing on exposure and started focusing on restoring operational stability. Exactly what Meridian predicted. What are they protecting? I asked quietly. Ports, financial clearing systems, freight prioritization routes, energy shipments, dependency chains. The machine had become too embedded to attack cleanly. Cindy stood and crossed toward the television while Artemis kept talking. The exposure phase succeeded. That doesn't sound reassuring. It wasn't intended to. Good. Still him. What now? Silence briefly. Then. Now comes narrative consolidation. The television suddenly shifted to live coverage from Washington. Emergency federal briefing. A DHS undersecretary stepped to the podium surrounded by flags and enough nervous staffers to suggest nobody slept in 2 days. The lower third banner read, "Federal government urges calm amid infrastructure concerns." There it was. Not corruption concerns, not Meridian concerns. Infrastructure concerns. Same pivot everywhere. The official began speaking. While recent unauthorized disclosures have generated understandable public anxiety, unauthorized, there is currently no evidence suggesting widespread systemic compromise of national logistics continuity. No widespread compromise. Carefully constructed language. Enough reassurance to calm markets. Enough ambiguity to preserve operational flexibility. The official continued. Federal agencies are working collaboratively with private sector logistics partners to stabilize freight confidence and restore public trust. I almost laughed. Restore trust. The same institutions that spent months suppressing exposure now wanted public trust restored before accountability even started. Cindy muted the television halfway through. They're already reframing the entire thing. Yes, and it's working. That was the worst part, because it was. Markets stabilized slightly overnight. Commentators shifted tone. Political language softened, not because Meridian disappeared, because government started prioritizing continuity publicly, exactly as predicted. I moved back toward the desk slowly. "You know what this means," Cindy answered quietly. "The public's going to split." "No," I said. "They already have." Some people wanted exposure. Some wanted stability. Most wanted both, without understanding the two might now be incompatible. That's the real truth underneath all of this. People love truth until truth interrupts comfort. Artemis's voice returned. "They're going to isolate you next." I stopped moving. "How?" "You're visible, public, emotional, armed, connected to the leaks. Narrative shaping. Reduce systemic exposure into reckless individuals, vigilantes, rogue actors. Smaller scandal. Cleaner recovery. They'll make me the problem." "Yes." No hesitation. No comfort. Just truth. Cindy leaned against the wall near the filing cabinet. "That's already starting." She tossed me a tablet. News article. Martin Keller. Investigator or instigator? Below it, photographs from Sinclair, the courthouse, Safe House 3 fire coverage. I looked terrible. Appropriate. The article framed. The leaks, the violence, the instability, the protests. All around one central figure. Me. Not Meridian. Me. I handed the tablet back slowly. They need a face. "Yes," Cindy said quietly. "Systems survive by localizing blame." Exactly. Nobody can emotionally process infrastructure corruption at global scale, but they can process a damaged private investigator with a rifle and too much visibility. Artemis spoke again through the phone. "You need legitimacy now. I've got bond paperwork." "That's not legitimacy." No, it wasn't. I sat heavily into the chair behind the desk, while rain started again outside the office windows. November, rain. Cold and steady. The city below kept moving despite everything. Coffee carts opening, traffic resuming, people trying desperately to continue ordinary life, while institutions quietly reshaped the story around them. "What are you saying?" I asked finally. Another pause. Then, "You cannot win the next phase alone." The line disconnected again. I stared at the dead receiver for several seconds. Cindy already knew where my head went next. Olivia. I looked up slowly. She's the only prosecutor outside this city who already understands the ports. And the only one who isn't fully trapped inside the federal response structure yet. Exactly. Port Calusa, Harborfront, the audits, the shell companies. Olivia Lopez already lived inside the edges of Meridian before the leaks detonated publicly, which meant she might be one of the last people still capable of seeing the machine clearly, while everyone else fought to stabilize around it. Outside the office, Monroe traffic resumed slowly beneath wet gray skies. Normal life trying to restart itself. That's when systems become most dangerous, not during panic, during recovery. Chapter 31. Case File. Riverbend, Pennsylvania, November 9th, 2026. By evening, the city started pretending it wanted normal back. That's always the dangerous phase. Not panic, not violence. Adjustment. People adapt to fear faster than they admit. Jerry's diner was packed when Cindy and I walked in just after 6. Truckers, city workers, 2 exhausted courthouse clerks still wearing visitor badges around their necks. A table near the front arguing loudly about shipping prices, while muted television coverage flickered over the counter beneath hanging yellow lights. Every screen carried the same thing: Meridian, hearings, markets, stability. The language had hardened now. No more historic exposure. Now it was economic disruption, public instability, supply uncertainty. The machine was reclaiming narrative ground exactly the way Artemis predicted. Jerry pointed at us the second we entered. "You two are bad for business." "Good to see you too," Cindy replied. Jerry slid 2 coffees onto the counter before we even sat down. "On the house." "That's suspicious," I said. "You look unemployed." "Fair." We took the back booth near the window facing Monroe. Rain streaked softly against the glass, while headlights crawled through downtown traffic outside, like the city was trying to remember how movement worked again. The diner smelled like coffee, grease, wet coats, old conversations. Comfort. That's why people keep places like Jerry's alive. Not because they're clean, because they survive chaos better than modern buildings do. Cindy opened a folder across the table immediately. "You're supposed to relax occasionally." "I'm federal. We don't believe in that." Another fair point. I lit a cigarette before remembering Jerry's no-smoking sign directly above the booth. He pointed at it instantly from behind the counter. I pointed at the television coverage. "We're past signs, Jerry." He thought about it, then shrugged once. "Fair enough." The television above the grill switched to another panel discussion. Former logistics executives, former federal advisors, former people pretending they weren't current people. One analyst said the phrase, "necessary continuity partnerships." That nearly made me choke on coffee. Cindy heard it too. There it is. Yep. Not corruption anymore. Partnerships. Systems sanitize themselves through vocabulary first. That's how the public slowly accepts things they would have rejected 48 hours earlier. The waitress dropped burgers onto the table without asking for an order. Also normal now. Jerry apparently decided we required feeding intervention. I looked toward the television again. One of the panel guests was actively arguing that Aggressive exposure events had caused more economic harm than Meridian itself. There it was. The reversal. Not. Why did the system exist? But why expose it recklessly? Cindy unwrapped half her burger slowly. They're building the containment narrative fast. They have to. Why? Because if people fully accept the scale of institutional dependency. I looked around Jerry's diner. Ordinary people eating dinner while governments quietly panicked behind television graphics. Then trust doesn't come back. That sat heavy between us. A truck driver at the counter suddenly spoke loudly enough for half the diner to hear. All I know is my shipment got frozen because somebody leaked classified crap online. Another guy answered immediately. Yeah, maybe if they'd done their damn jobs, nobody would have needed leaks. The argument spread from there, exactly like the city outside. Fragmented. No unified truth anymore. Only competing survival instincts. Cindy watched the room carefully. Riverbend splitting. No, I corrected quietly. It's prioritizing. That's worse. Some people prioritize truth. Some prioritize stability. Most prioritize whatever keeps their lives functioning tomorrow morning. That's how systems like Meridian survive exposure. Not because everyone supports them, because enough people fear interruption more than corruption. My burner phone vibrated against the booth table. Unknown number. Again. Cindy saw it immediately. You attract problems professionally. Occupational hazard. I answered without leaving the booth. Yeah. Static first. Then Artemis. You're in public. You called me. Leave the diner in 12 minutes. That got my attention instantly. Why? Silence. Then, because somebody finally noticed Olivia Lopez disappeared from Port Calusa 3 days ago. The diner noise around me seemed to narrow suddenly. I looked toward Cindy immediately. She saw it too. You found her. No, Artemis replied quietly. She found me. That changed everything. Not operationally, emotionally. Because if Olivia Lopez had already gone dark before the fourth leak detonated, then she saw the collapse coming earlier than anyone realized. When? I asked. Tonight. Where? You'll know when you arrive. Typical Artemis answer. Not helpful. Intentional. The line disconnected. I stared at the dead phone for another second, while the television overhead continued discussing national infrastructure confidence. Cindy leaned forward across the booth. He has Olivia? Yes. You trust that? I thought about the Dead Man releases, the mirrored archives, the fourth leak, Safe House 3 burning, Artemis disappearing into Riverbend like infrastructure itself. Then answered honestly. I trust Artemis to prepare. That's not the same thing. No, I admitted quietly. It isn't. Jerry approached the booth carrying a fresh coffee pot. He looked between both of us carefully. You two look like people deciding whether to run. Depends, Cindy said. On what? I looked out the rain-covered diner window toward Monroe Avenue. Police lights in the distance, media vans still circling downtown. People inside the diner arguing over systems they didn't fully understand, but already depended on emotionally. Whether the city's about to get worse, I said quietly. Jerry followed my eyes toward the street, then nodded once like he already knew the answer. Take the pie with you, he muttered. And somehow that felt more human than anything happening in Washington. Chapter 32. Case file, Riverbend, Pennsylvania, November 9th, 2026. The bowling alley looked dead from the outside. Good. That meant Artemis still trusted it. Strike King Lanes sat dark at the edge of Riverbend's industrial corridor, where old neon signs flickered above wet parking lots and abandoned storefronts. Rain had finally slowed into mist, leaving the pavement slick beneath broken orange streetlights and the distant glow of downtown emergency traffic. The city sounded tired now, not quiet. Exhausted. Cindy parked 2 blocks away after running counter-surveillance loops through Harborfront and Sinclair twice, just to make sure nobody stayed attached to us. Nobody obvious did. That worried me more. We crossed the empty parking lot without speaking. The old Strike King sign buzzed weakly overhead, while river wind moved through the alley beside the building, carrying cold November air and the faint smell of machine oil from the warehouses farther south. The front doors were chained. Expected. I checked the side entrance instead. Unlocked. Of course, Cindy looked at me. That's comforting. Artemis always liked dramatic entrances. No, she muttered. He likes controlled entrances. Better wording. Inside, the bowling alley smelled exactly the same. Old carpet, stale beer, electrical heat, dust. The arcade machines near the front remained dark, but faint blue light glowed somewhere deeper inside the building beyond the lanes. Operational light. I closed the side door behind us carefully. You armed? Cindy looked offended. You ask me that every chapter. Fair. We moved past the empty lanes slowly. The scoring monitors overhead flickered static across dead screens, while the old jukebox near lane 6 hummed quietly without music. Strike King always felt less abandoned than paused, like the building itself was waiting for instructions. Then we heard voices. Low. Controlled. One belonged to Artemis, the other female. Southern edge beneath professional sharpness, measured cadence, tired irritation. Olivia. Cindy heard it too. There she is. We followed the voices through the rear maintenance corridor toward the old staff offices Artemis converted months ago into operational space. The steel security door at the end stood partially open now, blue monitor light spilling into the hallway. I pushed it open fully. The room beyond looked like a war room built by paranoid accountants. Evidence boards covered every wall. Shell company chains, port routing maps, insurance overlays, offshore transfers, photographs, continuity diagrams. Hard drives stacked across folding tables beside printed manifests and legal binders thick enough to break furniture. 3 monitors displayed simultaneous live feeds: Washington hearings, Port Calusa seizure footage, financial market stabilization reports. And standing in the middle of all of it, wearing a dark raincoat over courtroom attire that looked slept in for 2 days. Olivia Lopez. She looked up the second we entered, then slowly scanned. My exhausted face, Cindy's FBI posture, the cigarette behind my ear, the visible bruising still healing beneath my collar. Finally, she exhaled once and shook her head. You boys have made one hell of a mess. Perfect delivery, not amused, not angry, professionally exhausted. Artemis sat behind the main workstation surrounded by enough encrypted equipment to destabilize smaller governments. He looked terrible. Good. Means he was still human. You're late, he said calmly. You disappeared. I adapted. Same thing lately? Olivia crossed the room and handed me a thick folder immediately. Before anybody says anything dramatic, understand this. Her voice carried pure prosecutorial focus now. The leaks were enough to trigger visibility. She pointed toward the walls. This is what keeps it alive. I opened the folder slowly. Inside, notarized shipping records, witness affidavits, offshore banking chains, sealed testimony packets, judicial preservation requests, federal communication archives. Not chaos, structure. That's what changed the room instantly. Artemis hadn't been hiding. He'd been building admissibility. Olivia moved toward one of the evidence boards. Everybody out there thinks the exposure already happened. She pointed toward the television showing another federal briefing. They're wrong, Cindy folded her arms. Then what happened? Panic, Olivia answered flatly. Good answer. She turned back toward us. Exposure only matters if it survives institutional recovery. That landed hard, because that's exactly where the story stood now. Governments were stabilizing. Markets were recalibrating. Media narratives were shifting. Without structure, the leaks become scandal, noise, history. Olivia tapped the evidence folder in my hands. This, she said quietly, is prosecution. That word felt heavier than anything said all week. Not exposure, not visibility. Prosecution. Meaning, testimony, admissibility, continuity, accountability, real-world gravity. Artemis leaned back slowly in the chair. The fourth leak forced systems into reaction. Olivia nodded. Now, we force permanence. The room fell quiet for a second, while rain tapped softly against the hidden basement windows near the ceiling. I looked around the war room again. Strike King Lanes. The same place that once felt like Artemis playing hacker games between legal cases and surveillance runs. Now it looked like the operational center of a systemic reckoning. Cindy moved toward the board, showing international routing corridors. You mapped all this already? Olivia answered instead of Artemis. No. She looked directly at Artemis. He's been mapping it since January. That changed the emotional weight immediately, because suddenly, the USB, the backups, the legal redundancies, the mirrored archives, the dead man contingencies, all connected into one terrifying realization. Artemis never believed Meridian would collapse cleanly. He prepared for survival warfare. I looked toward him carefully. You planned for this. Artemis removed his glasses slowly. I planned for the possibility that institutions would protect continuity before accountability. Nobody argued, because every chapter since the fourth leak proved him right. Olivia moved toward another board. This is where things stand now. She pointed across the interconnected maps. Riverbend exposed the visible architecture. Then toward Port Calusa. Port Calusa exposed logistics dependency. Then Cape Town. Cape Town exposed the international routing layers. Finally, Washington. And Washington exposed institutional hesitation. The room stayed dead quiet, because seeing it all connected physically changed the scale again. Not a conspiracy, a system. Olivia looked toward me directly. The problem now isn't proving Meridian exists. I already knew the answer before she said it. It's proving governments won't quietly rebuild around it. Exactly. Outside the hidden windows, distant sirens echoed across Riverbend again. Not emergency panic anymore. Maintenance. The city trying to hold itself together. Artemis reached toward one of the keyboards and tapped a key. One final monitor activated across the far wall. Encrypted routing logs, shipping manifests, continuity chains. Then a highlighted folder appeared on screen. December Protocol. Nobody in the room spoke immediately. Even Olivia looked unsettled by that one. I stared at the screen. What is that? Artemis answered quietly. The layer Meridian prepared if exposure ever became survivable. And suddenly, the room felt much colder than the November rain outside. Chapter 33. Case File, Riverbend, Pennsylvania, November 10th, 2026. The first thing Olivia did was turn off the televisions. All of them. The room instantly felt quieter, smaller, sharper. No more senators. No more analysts. No more scrolling panic banners explaining the collapse differently every 20 minutes. Just the hum of equipment beneath Strike King Lanes and the evidence boards covering the walls like somebody had pinned an entire hidden economy into physical existence. Good, because television was reaction. This room was structure. Olivia stood beside the main evidence table, wearing the same dark raincoat she arrived in 12 hours earlier. She still hadn't slept. Neither had Artemis. Cindy looked close to crashing. I probably looked worse. November had stopped feeling like a month. It felt like sustained impact. Olivia opened one of the thick binders and spread several photographs across the table. Container yards, insurance records, offshore account chains, Port Authority communications. Then she pointed toward the monitor still displaying December Protocol. "You all need to understand something before this goes any further," she said quietly. The room settled immediately. The leaks were never the end of Meridian. Nobody interrupted, because deep down we already knew. Olivia continued. The leaks exposed visible infrastructure. She pointed toward the harborfront maps first. These companies? Dead already. Then Port Calusa. These freight corridors. Burned. Then the offshore financial overlays. These accounts, frozen or abandoned. I leaned against the edge of the table. Disposable layers. Yes. No hesitation. That answer mattered, because it confirmed the fear that had been building since the fourth leak detonated publicly. We exposed the skin, not the nervous system. Artemis remained seated near the workstation, pale from exhaustion beneath the glow of the monitors. Multiple encrypted uploads still moved silently across the screens behind him. He looked more like infrastructure than a person now. Olivia pointed toward the highlighted December Protocol files. "This," she said carefully, "is Meridian's continuity architecture after exposure." Cindy folded her arms. Meaning, what exactly? Artemis answered quietly without looking up. "Replacement structures." The room stayed silent. He finally looked toward us. "Secondary shell corporations, alternate freight corridors, parallel insurance networks, pre-cleared offshore liquidity routes." I stared at the monitor. "They planned for exposure." "No," Artemis corrected. "They planned for survivable exposure." That landed hard. Huge difference. Systems like Meridian don't survive because they remain hidden forever. They survive because they prepare for partial visibility. Olivia slid another set of documents across the table toward me. "These are corporate registration filings from the last 48 hours. I scanned them slowly. Different names, different countries, different logistics groups, same structural patterns. You're kidding. I wish I was. The filings connected. Singapore, Rotterdam, Lisbon, São Paulo, Tangier. Fresh continuity routes already activating, while the world remained focused on Harborfront and Port Calusa. The machine was retreating while rebuilding simultaneously. Real truth. Systems survive by moving faster than outrage. Cindy looked visibly sick. "They're already restarting." "Not publicly," Olivia replied, quietly. That's worse, because it meant the exposure succeeded just enough to force adaptation, but not enough to kill dependency. I moved toward the wall map slowly. Riverbend, Port Calusa, Cape Town, Washington. All connected now by red string, shipping overlays, and evidence markers. Months ago it looked paranoid. Now it looked incomplete. That realization chilled me more than the leaks ever had. Olivia watched me carefully. "You see it now?" "Yeah. This was never one organization." "No," I said quietly. "It was a survival structure." "Exactly." She nodded once. "Governments tolerated pieces because they stabilized things nobody wanted interrupted. Ports, insurance, freight movement, customs acceleration, political donations, emergency routing, continuity. Always continuity." Artemis finally stood from the workstation and walked toward the center table carrying a black archive case. No dramatic movement, no speech, just exhaustion and inevitability. He set the case down carefully. Everything here is admissible. That got my attention immediately. Not leaked, not copied, not stolen. Admissible. Olivia opened the case. Inside, sworn testimony packets, chain of custody records, verified manifests, financial authentication reports, protected witness agreements. Structure. Real structure. The room suddenly felt heavier. Because this wasn't exposure anymore. This was prosecution architecture. Olivia looked directly at Cindy. The FBI can investigate this for 10 years and still lose if the evidence chain collapses politically. Then toward me. And public outrage fades faster than systems do. That line stayed with me because outside Strike King lanes, Riverbend was already trying to normalize again. Traffic moving, businesses reopening, people adapting to headlines. Humans are terrifyingly good at adjusting to corruption if daily life stabilizes fast enough. The danger now wasn't Meridian hiding again. The danger was people deciding exposure cost too much. Artemis tapped the monitor beside the December protocol folder. Another subdirectory opened. Contingency transfer structures. My stomach tightened immediately. What is that? Fallback continuity, Artemis answered. For Meridian? No. Tiny pause. For governments? The room went completely silent. Olivia didn't look surprised. That bothered me deeply. Cindy looked between both of them. You're saying agencies already prepared ways to preserve essential logistics relationships even if Meridian burned publicly? Olivia answered flatly. I'm saying the world economy doesn't stop because morality finally catches up. There it was, the ugliest truth in the entire series. Not corruption, not violence, not the ports. Dependency. People tolerate horrifying systems when those systems become embedded deeply enough into ordinary life. I walked toward the old bowling lane observation window overlooking the darkened alley below. Strike King sat silent beneath cold November rain, while somewhere across Riverbend, hearings continued, media narratives shifted, governments stabilized markets, Meridian quietly adapted. The machine survived because too many people needed movement more than justice. Behind me, Olivia closed the evidence binder carefully. We can still hurt them. I looked back toward her. How? By forcing permanence. Artemis nodded once. Visibility fades. Then Olivia. Records don't. That was the plan now. Not destruction. Institutional scar tissue. Enough evidence. Enough hearings. Enough accountability. Enough exposure. That Meridian could never operate comfortably in the open again. Not victory. Pressure. Victories are always smaller than people want. The burner phone near Artemis suddenly vibrated against the table. Nobody moved immediately, because everybody in the room understood. Every call now changed the shape of the next hour. Artemis answered quietly. Listened. Then his expression changed for the first time all night. Not fear. Concern. He lowered the phone slowly. What? Artemis looked toward the monitor displaying December protocol, then toward me. They just activated the first continuity corridor. The room went still. Olivia stepped closer immediately. Where? Artemis turned the monitor toward us fully. Shipping manifests appeared across the screen. New company. New routes. New port. But the movement pattern underneath it, identical. 1247 synchronization windows. My chest tightened. Shit. No, Artemis said quietly. December. Chapter 34. Case file, Riverbend, Pennsylvania, November 12th, 2026. The hearing started taking names by Thursday. That's how you knew the system finally decided the exposure couldn't be buried cleanly anymore. Not because justice suddenly mattered, because sacrifice had become necessary. Washington always works like that. First denial, then containment, then controlled accountability. The trick is making sure the accountability never reaches structural depth. 3 days after the fourth leak, the world looked calmer on television. That was the dangerous part. Markets stabilized slightly after federal continuity guarantees. Ports reopened under emergency review structures. Freight corridors resumed in limited capacity. Political language softened from panic into oversight terminology. Recovery, or at least the performance of it. But underneath that performance, people were disappearing. Companies dissolved overnight. Executives resigned and vanished behind attorneys. Holding groups collapsed into bankruptcy before subpoenas arrived. Servers wiped themselves remotely across 3 countries. Meridian was retreating exactly the way Artemis predicted, burning exposed skin while protecting deeper organs. I stood near the office window above Monroe, watching first snow mix with cold November rain, while television coverage rolled silently behind me. Snow in Riverbend always arrives ugly first. Wet. Gray. Half-committed. Fitting. The city below looked exhausted. Protest crowds smaller now. Media trucks reduced. Traffic moving again. Normality reclaiming territory. That's how systems survive scandal. Not by defeating outrage, by outlasting exhaustion. Cindy sat at the desk across the office, sorting federal review packets into separate stacks. Active prosecutions, financial seizures, protected witnesses, dismissed investigations. Pending jurisdiction. That last pile bothered both of us most. Pending jurisdiction usually means someone important wants time. "You know what's amazing?" Cindy muttered quietly. "What?" "They're calling this successful." I turned from the window. "Who?" "Federal coordination teams." She tossed one of the briefing packets onto the desk hard enough to slide papers loose. I picked it up. Official Continuity Stabilization Status Report. That phrase alone felt like a confession. I scanned farther down the page. Public confidence recovery metrics. Shipping normalization percentages. Market reassurance assessments. Not one line discussing trafficking victims, disappeared witnesses, compromised agencies, dead operators, murdered civilians. Systems document survival first. Everything else becomes historical footnotes later. The office phone rang. Old line again. I answered without checking. "Yeah." Olivia this time. Not Artemis. Good sign. Maybe. "We locked 2 cooperating witnesses overnight." "That sounds optimistic." It isn't. Paper shuffled somewhere on her end of the line. Courtroom echo behind her. She was working. Always working. "We also lost 3 shell corporations before Treasury could freeze assets." There it is. Yeah. I sat back slowly in the chair. How bad? Bad enough that international council teams already started restructuring around the seizures. That meant the replacement architecture was active. December protocol. The phrase kept crawling through my head now like a warning label. I looked toward Cindy. She says they're restructuring already. Cindy didn't look surprised. Of course they are. Olivia heard that through the phone. Tell your federal friend she's becoming cynical. She works for the FBI, I replied. That's considered healthy. Tiny pause. Then finally, Olivia laughed softly. First genuine human sound anybody connected to this case made in days. It mattered, because everybody else now sounded institutional, even us sometimes. Olivia's voice hardened again quickly. Listen carefully. That tone mattered too. We can still force damage here. Define damage. Permanent oversight, federal monitoring, international audits, asset tracking. Pressure. Exactly what Artemis wanted, not collapse. Visibility scar tissue. But, Olivia continued carefully, the deeper continuity structures are already migrating. I stared out the window toward Monroe, snow becoming heavier now. Streetlights reflecting against wet pavement. Riverbend trying desperately to look ordinary again. Meaning Meridian accepted exposure faster than governments accepted accountability. That line hit hard enough I stopped moving completely, because it was true. Meridian adapted immediately. Governments hesitated. Corporations recalculated. Markets negotiated. The machine understood the modern world better than the institutions supposedly fighting it. That realization should have terrified me more than it did. Maybe because by November, terror becomes fatigue, eventually. Cindy stood and moved toward the television. One major network now displayed. Meridian hearings. Enter fourth day. Underneath, senators, analysts, expert witnesses, market updates. All clean now. Structured, professional. The panic phase had ended. This was assimilation. The world learning how to continue living beside exposed corruption without collapsing from it. That's the real horror. Not evil. Adaptation. Cindy muted the television completely. You know what nobody's asking anymore? What? Whether Meridian existed. Exactly. That war ended. Now the question became, what does the world do knowing it existed? And the answer so far seemed to be, rebuild around the damage. The office buzzer sounded downstairs. 3 short presses. Not random. Pattern. I looked toward Cindy immediately. She already had her hand near the sidearm beneath her jacket. You expecting anybody? No. The buzzer sounded again. 3 presses. Pause. Then 1. Artemis. Old Strike King entry code. Interesting. Cindy moved toward the office door while I crossed to the intercom beside the file cabinet. Yeah. Static first. Then Artemis's voice. You should come downstairs. No greeting, no explanation. Bad sign. Why? A pause. Because you need to see what December looks like. The line disconnected. The office suddenly felt colder than the snow outside. Cindy grabbed her coat immediately. You think it's bad? I looked toward the television still showing hearings and recovery metrics, while snow fell over Riverbend outside, like the city was slowly being buried beneath its own attempt at normalcy. No, I said quietly. I think it's worse. And somewhere underneath the city, the machine was already moving again. Chapter 35. Case file, Riverbend, Pennsylvania, November 12th, 2026. The snow started sticking by the time we reached the harbor. Not enough to turn Riverbend white, just enough to soften the edges. That's what winter does first. It makes ugly things quieter before it buries them completely. Cindy drove south through the lower industrial district, while Artemis's directions came through burner phone text, 1 turn at a time. No addresses, no names. The city grew emptier the farther we moved from downtown. Harbor cranes stood motionless against the gray November sky, while old shipping yards and dead warehouses stretched along the river like skeletons nobody bothered removing. Riverbend looked tired, like a city that survived something without fully understanding what it survived. We parked beside an abandoned customs inspection building near Pier 14. Of course it was Pier 14. Everything always came back here eventually. Snow drifted sideways across the riverfront, while old sodium lights buzzed weakly above cracked pavement and rusting chain-link fences. Cindy stepped out first. You know, she stated, I'm starting to hate ports. Healthy instinct. The harbor sounded hollow tonight. No active cargo movement, no container cranes, no ship horns. Just river wind and distant steel groaning somewhere across the docks. Artemis waited inside the customs building, not in the main office, below it. The basement access tunnel smelled like cold concrete, river water, electrical dust. Emergency lighting cast long shadows across the narrow corridor, while exposed pipes rattled overhead beneath the building. Very serial killer atmosphere, Cindy muttered. Artemis always preferred ambiance. We reached the end of the tunnel where an old customs archive room had been converted into another temporary operations center. Smaller than Strike King, more dangerous feeling. Multiple monitors glowed against the far wall displaying international shipping routes, financial transfers, active freight tracking, congressional hearings still running live. And in the center screen, movement. New movement. Artemis stood beside the monitors wearing the same dark clothes from 3 days ago, like sleep had become theoretical. Olivia sat nearby, surrounded by open legal binders and handwritten notes. Both looked exhausted. Neither looked surprised to see us. Artemis motioned toward the screens immediately. No speeches tonight. Good. Too tired for speeches. I stepped closer toward the central monitor. At first glance, it looked harmless. Shipping logs, route manifests, customs transfers. Then I saw the timestamps. 12:47. Again. Different routes now. Different ports. Different companies. Same synchronization pattern. The cold settled into my chest slowly. Where? Artemis enlarged the map. Tangier, Singapore, Valparaiso. Split routing through Eastern Europe. Not harborfront. Not Port Calusa. New skin, Olivia spoke quietly from the table behind us. They activated replacement continuity corridors 48 hours after the hearings began. I stared at the screens. That fast? No, Artemis corrected softly. They were already prepared. Of course they were. Not emergency reaction. Succession planning. The machine never expected invisibility forever. It expected adaptation. Cindy stepped closer beside me. How many layers are we talking about? Artemis looked toward the screen for a long second. Enough. That answer carried more exhaustion than fear now, because everybody in the room finally understood the same truth. Meridian survived. Not comfortably, not publicly, not untouched, but alive. The hearings damaged them. The leak scarred them. The seizures hurt them. But the deeper architecture adapted faster than governments did. Olivia closed one of the binders heavily. We can still prosecute portions. Portions, I repeated quietly. That's reality, she replied. No optimism, no false victory. Just reality. Outside the harbor tunnel, river wind howled faintly through the old customs building, while snow continued falling over Riverbend above us. The first real snow of the season. December arriving early. Artemis typed something into the workstation. Another screen opened. New shell registrations already filed under. Agricultural logistics, disaster relief freight, emergency medical distribution. The room got colder immediately. They're rebuilding through humanitarian corridors, Cindy said softly. Less scrutiny, Artemis replied. And governments approve those routes faster during instability. There it was. The adaptation. Not hiding. Evolving. I leaned both hands against the edge of the operations table and looked at the maps. For almost a year, I chased. Shell companies, missing people, port anomalies, blackouts, corrupted manifests. The entire time I thought the goal was exposing Meridian. Now Now I understood the real fight was forcing the world to remember Meridian existed after stability returned. Because systems forget deliberately. That's how they survive guilt. Olivia stood slowly and walked toward the center monitor. You still accomplished something here. I looked toward her. Did I? Yes. No hesitation. For the first time, governments can't pretend the structure was isolated. That mattered. The hearings, the oversight, the audits, the exposure, permanent scar tissue. Enough visibility that Meridian could never comfortably move in the open again. But comfort and survival are different things. Artemis removed his glasses slowly. The machine lost invisibility. I looked toward the screens showing the replacement routes activating across the world. But not continuity. No, he admitted quietly. Not continuity. The room fell silent. No dramatic music. No heroic ending. Just exhausted people standing underground beneath a city trying desperately to normalize itself, while a hidden system rebuilt around the damage. A soft alert chimed suddenly from one of the side monitors. Artemis frowned immediately and moved toward it. What? He enlarged the incoming transmission. Encrypted routing packet. Unknown origin. Then a file appeared on screen. No sender. No metadata. Just one word. December. Nobody in the room spoke. The cursor blinked softly against the screen while snow continued falling above Riverbend, and somewhere far beyond the harbor. New ships were already moving. Chapter 35. Case File. Riverbend, Pennsylvania. November 12th, 2026. November didn't end loudly. That would have been easier. No final raid. No handcuffs snapping shut around the architect of Meridian. No television speech declaring victory, while reporters crowded courthouse steps, pretending systems collapse cleanly. That's not how machines die. And maybe Meridian never really was one machine. Maybe it was something worse. A survival instinct shared between governments, corporations, ports, agencies, and people terrified of interruption. That's the part I understand now. December taught me corruption exists. January taught me systems hide it. February put truth on trial. March showed me movement. April showed me disappearance. May widened the horizon. June gave the machine a name. July split the illusion apart. August buried people in containers while the world kept shopping. September taught me what Meridian was willing to kill to survive. October put me in jail. And November? November showed me the world could finally see it. And still hesitate. That's the Requiem. Not for Meridian. For the belief that exposure alone fixes anything. Snow drifted softly outside the office window above Monroe, while Riverbend settled into the first real cold of the season. Christmas decorations had started appearing downtown 3 days ago, like the city collectively decided lights and storefront wreaths could somehow negotiate with trauma. Normalcy always fights hardest after fear. The office smelled like coffee, old paper, cigarette smoke, winter air leaking through bad insulation. Familiar things. I sat behind the desk, watching headlights move through snow-covered streets, while the television in the corner played muted Senate hearings. Nobody watched closely anymore. The outrage phase had ended. Now came committees, oversight, restructuring, continuity stabilization, international review, institutional language, professional grief. Harborfront stayed closed under federal control. Port Calusa reopened under emergency oversight. 3 shell corporations collapsed publicly. 2 federal resignations already happened. International warrants were quietly circulating through channels governments pretended not to discuss openly. And underneath all of it, the machine adapted. Artemis disappeared again 2 days ago, not vanished. Transitioned. That's the only word that fits him now. Strike King Lane still exists. The evidence still exists. Olivia's prosecution architecture still moves. Protected witnesses are still alive. The hearings are still growing. Pressure remains. That matters. Because Meridian lost something permanent this month. Comfort. It can no longer move invisibly. No longer operate without scrutiny. No longer trust the systems that once protected it quietly. That's damage. Real damage. But survival and damage are not opposites. That's another thing November taught me. The office phone hadn't rung in almost 4 hours. Longest silence I'd had all month. I should have appreciated it more. Outside, Monroe looked peaceful beneath the snow. Jerry's diner still glowed warm across the street. Omar's coffee cart still sat at Monroe and Franklin every morning. People still went to work, still bought groceries, still argued about football and gas prices and politics like the world underneath them hadn't shifted sideways. Maybe that's human too. Maybe survival requires selective blindness sometimes. The burner phone sat on the desk beside the case file folders and untouched coffee. Black screen. Silent. Waiting. I looked toward the filing cabinet near the office wall, where 12 months of investigations now existed in stacked rows. Hawthorne, Harborfront, Port Calusa, Cape Town, Meridian. A year ago I thought I was solving cases. Now I understood. I was watching a structure reveal itself slowly through the people it consumed. The snow fell harder outside. December snow. The dark kind. The kind that makes Riverbend quieter than it really is. I lit another Lucky and watched smoke curl through the office while the city moved carefully beneath winter skies. Somewhere out there, hearings continued. Ships moved. Accounts shifted. Routes adapted. Government stabilized. Meridian survived. But something else survived too. Visibility. People saw it now. Maybe not fully. Maybe not enough. But they saw enough that the world couldn't completely look away again. That mattered. The burner phone vibrated softly against the desk. Once, no caller ID. Of course, I picked it up slowly, one encrypted message